Found glasses I forgot I had. Good evening. I think these are my Velma ones. Hello, everybody. Sorry I was a little late. I had to figure out where I left off in Penpal. Probably should have done that before, like, 2 minutes before. Whoop. Whew. Oh, my goodness. It was really hot today. Can everybody hear me? Oh, I'm glad to see some new repeats. Let me see who we got here. Oh shit, better make sure that. There we go. Okay, you are still very loud. Woo! Hello, everybody. Sorry, it's kind of warm in here, so I was trying to cool everything down and figure out where I was. It always seems to be like down to the wire. Let me see who everybody is here. Hello, Arkham. Hello, Adam. Hello, David. Hello, Cotton Candy. Hello, One Mad Apple. Who else we got here? Hello, Dave. Hello, Zach. Hello, Darby. Hello, Sepsis. Hello, Transmission. The gang's all here. Hello, Matt. Everybody. Oh yeah. Make sure you like and subscribe. It always feels so weird and disingenuous when I say it. I'm sure it's not when other people say it. It just sounds really weird coming out of my mouth. How is everybody doing this fine Friday or Saturday for some people? Hello, hello. Like I said, it's wonderful to see some new repeats. Got a couple people. Oh, thank you. I tried to cut my bangs so they did like that little thing, but I'm so goddamn terrible at doing it. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, the sound, because you know it's not a Jenny stream without me having to check to make sure you guys can hear me and the background isn't super loud. But it's weirdly loud for me, so I am going to turn it down because I just put this on and of course it's blasting my ears. Do do do. It's very cute. It's a very cute background. I like the little ghost in the back. I keep forgetting Tears of the Kingdom came out. I need to watch, or I need to play that. I just keep forgetting. Oh, no, you come over here. Whew. I don't know. I keep pinning. Yeah, I know, right? It's so unlike me to have sound problems. Oh. I don't know why I'm humming along to this. I'm sorry. Is it this? Nope, that is not that. There we go. I can actually hear myself think when I actually do think on occasion. Whew. Oh, that means your top. Oh, it's a dress I was thinking about using for a Halloween costume this year. Cause oh well, shit! I meant to put them in reaching distance. Hold on. Come here. Woo! Goofy ass spooky music. Hell yeah! I just don't want it to be too loud so you guys, because apparently you guys can barely hear me as it is when I'm talking. Actually, I wonder if I can make myself even louder. Oh no, I'm at maxed out there. Ugh. Video capture device. I have no idea if this is actually doing anything. Ooh. Let's do 300. Probably not. I'm not gonna mess around with it too long. I just wanted to see if that would do anything, but probably not. Okay, so I went to one spirit out of like the 6 that are in my town. Finally opened, but they're like, there's next to nothing there, which kind of sucks. But it is what it is. So I've got this first one. I don't know which one I'm gonna use. I might actually use both. Who knows? I got this one, and look. There's that one. But I would have to add mesh because for some reason their masks only do like the crappiest like mesh and then nothing here. So when they open their mouth, you can see. I don't understand Spirit's thought process there. And then there's this one, which I think is more like Wendigo than Plague Doctor. So it's like I'm not sure which one, but I've got like a whole bunch of costume ideas. But I need to figure that out soon. Whew. Just so nobody accidentally misuses the word. Fancy French word for cleavage. Oh, I got them boobies. Oh, that's right. Yeah. It kind of like I haven't worn this dress before. It's a new one, and it kind of like shoved the girls up to my neck. I wasn't expecting that. You have to do the Skeksis voice when you. I'm trying to remember, how did the Skeksis say? I haven't watched that movie in years. Sorry, I'm very thirsty. Like I said, it's been quite hot today. It's too early. You need to wait a bit more. Well, it sucks because I went in there specifically to grab one of the animatronic I showed you guys last stream, the like Darling Debbie or something like that, and they had her displayed, but they didn't have her in a box. On the plus side, though, you guys, I don't know if you guys can see it, but you see those boxes over there? Yeah! You can guess what those are? I probably already told you, but they're the band, the Reaper band that I showed a video on Instagram. I'm so excited. So, oh, and my laptop is sitting on the floor, and it's currently rendering the video that should have been up on Sunday, but when I finished it, oh, there it is. When I finished it, thinking that I would have it up in a timely manner and actually fulfill promises when I make them, for some reason, my voiceovers were 2 to 4 gigabytes every single take. So the entire video was like over 100 gigs, and it wouldn't render because it's way too freaking big. So I had to figure out and piece together why it was suddenly so large, and then that took forever, and then I had to redo the voices because I couldn't make them less giggy. So yeah, that sucks. And yes, rip Terry Funk and what was his name? The wrestler? Bray Wyatt. It's very sad. It means to expose the neck. Ah. I think like this little well, it's I think this is supposed to be like teardrop, even though it's more of a triangle. But anyway, I did. Okay. So I did manage to track down where I left off. The implications are there. It simply referred to a low cut top. Oh, okay. So when we left off, because it's been a couple weeks, we are going through the memories of, I'm assuming, of a young man as when he was a child and developed a stalker when he was just, 6 years old? And when we left off, him and his best friend Josh, they his cat boxes went missing. Which, by the way, why are dead cats a reoccurring thing on this channel? It's like, I love cats, I love animals in general, and it just it's just Apple. Hey, dude, boobs rock. Boobs are so cool. Like, I don't know if I ever told you guys my theory about boobs is that everybody, across the board, everybody likes boobs. Straight guys like boobs. Straight girls like boobs. Gay girls like boobs. Gay men like boobs. Non-binary, across the board, every freaking buddy likes boobs because they're just so wonderful. Okay. Come get your cats. I would, but remember, I have birds. That's one of the only reasons. One, I'm allergic to them, which sucks because, again, I like cats. And two, I have birds, so I can't do it. Try to keep it classy. Okay, so sorry, I got distracted. I saw the word boobs and I just went off the rails. And now they never found Boxes the cat, which was very sad. It was very creepy. Then now there's a summer break and they're making a map from the woods. And if I remember correctly, they're making a raft to go around. Like it was kind of like a cutoff they couldn't get around, so they're getting onto a raft to go around it to continue on with their maps because they've been going opposite directions trying to map out this huge, which sounds like something I would have done with my cousins when we were little. Yeah, rip Boxes. It was very sad. First comment I wrote on this channel was about a dead cat. I swear that game does not give you any warning. It wasn't even. Did I even give it poison or did I give it something else and it killed it? I don't even remember. But I don't think I gave it poison. I think it was something that I thought it would take or eat or something. Pathetic noises. The spooky scarecrow movie, lady. Yeah, I got. Why do I own a crossbow? I have a crossbow? Crossbow. I'm trying to figure out what you think is a crossbow. Jenny and the birds versus my pissed off kitty. I don't know. I gave the cat a fish. Yeah, see? See? Cats eat fish. Cats equal like fish. Sorry, I'm trying to figure out what looks like a crossbow behind me. Oh, okay. I was trying to figure it out. I was like, oh no. Do I have a crossbow back there? And I just don't remember putting one up. Okay. So now we are at the point where mom is going off to work and her coworker had to pick her up. They're just trying to remember. The phone is out because they couldn't pay it. What else? And I think that's about, so we're at the point where mom and I think the coworker's named Samantha came and picked up Ma. So Josh and our narrator are home alone, so they're gonna run back to that one little spot where they hid the raft and all that good stuff. Hello, PB Hertz. I am so sorry. I don't know why I didn't say hello to you because I'm terrible. I'm terrible. Okay. Let me just lower this a little bit more so I can hear me or hear myself a little bit better. You know, I keep pinning my no, not that. I keep pinning volume to my taskbar and it keeps going away. So I'm not really sure what the deal is with that. All right, so everybody, venison. You know, I've never had venison. It never sounded something that was invisible. Hey, the amount of crap that I have in my house that I forgot I had, so it's not out of the realm of the possibility that I happen to have a crossbow that I just stuck up somewhere and completely forgot I had it. So it's fine. All right, so we just scoots over a little bit. All right. I have a cat. His name is Buddy. He usually likes to lounge around and do nothing. Sounds like a big cat energy there for your cat. Okay. Hello, Crummin. Delicious irony. Or Crewman? Crewman? It's just me not being able to pronounce words. Let me double check to make sure I didn't miss anybody, and then I'll start reading again. Oh, hello, Renegade. I'm sorry I missed you. I think I got everybody else, though. Scarecrow Hunter. I don't know. I think it'd be really easy to... Maybe it's me. I think it'd be kind of easy to hunt down Lester the Scarecrow. Doesn't seem to be the type of guy. It'd be that hard to outsmart. I just can't do gymnastics, so he's got that on me. I could just do the punchy thing that one girl did. Woo. Okay. Depends on the state. Okay. So mom is taken to work. I think she's going somewhere. All we know is that mom is no longer at the house, so they're doing 11-year-old kid things that they're not supposed to do. All right. Running back into the woods. This was our chance. We watched my mother and Samantha drive down the serpentine road towards the exit, and as soon as the car rounded the last visible bend, we ran to my room. I dumped my backpack out while Josh grabbed the map. Hey, do you have a flashlight? Josh asks. No, but we'll be back before dark. I was thinking we should have one, just in case. Well, I don't know if there is... Wait. I ran to my closet and pulled a box down from the top shelf. You have a flashlight in there? Josh asked. Just hold on. I opened the box and revealed 3 Roman candles that... Oh no. 3 Roman candles that I had taken from the pile amassed from the 4th of July past summer, along with a lighter that I had managed to take away from my mother some months before. These things would ensure that we would at least have some light if we needed it. I'm sorry, I know, you guys know what a Roman candle is, right? That's gonna... This is a very triggering sentence since my country's on fire right now. Okay. Neither of us was afraid of the dark, and this was a little bit before I had given an opportunity to be truly afraid of these woods at night, so it wasn't fear that motivated our search for a light source, only practicality. We threw it all in my backpack and we bolted out the back door, making sure to close it so that boxes wouldn't get out. Oh yeah, that's right. This is like going back. We're back again, because boxes was years after, like when he was a teenager, and now we're back to when he was like 10, 12 years old. We had 1 hour and 50 minutes. Oh, okay, so she wasn't going to work unless she has a very short shift. We ran through the woods as fast as we could and made it to the raft in about 15 minutes. We had our bathing suits on under our clothes, so we stripped off our shirts and shorts and left them in separate piles about 4 feet from the edge of the water. We untied the raft from the tree, grabbed our branch oars, and cast off. This was it. We tried to move rapidly to reach a point beyond the contents of our ever-expanding map, as we didn't have time to waste seeing old sights. We knew that we were slower in the raft than on land, and that we would be in the raft for quite a while after the cutoff, since the woods were too thick to walk through. This meant that we'd have to ride the raft back to the original docking site, even if we found a new place to dock it further ahead. After we passed the last charted part of our map, the water began to get so deep we found that we could no longer touch the bottom with our tree branches, so we laid on our stomachs with the branches under our chests from left to right and paddled with our hands. The sun was dropping below the canopy, and as a result, it was becoming harder to distinguish the trees from one another. I think we were both too excited to notice how quickly the light was fading. As the sun retreated more, we paddled faster with our arms. The noise of our hands repeatedly confronting and breaking through the water's surface tension was loud, but not loud enough to completely overpower the sound of the crunching dead leaves and the snapping of falling sticks in the woods to our right. As we would slow our pace and quiet our actions, the rustling in the woods would seem to cease, and I began to wonder if it was really there at all. We didn't know what kind of animals resided this far in the woods, but I was confident that we didn't wish to find out. As I amended the map that Josh was illuminating with the lighter, we were suddenly confronted with the fact that the sounds were not imagined. Rapidly and rhythmically, we heard the woods speak out. Crunch. Snap. Crunch. It seemed to be moving slightly away from us, pushing through the woods just beyond our map. It had become too dark to see. We had misjudged how long the sun would linger. Nervously, I called out, "Hello?" There was a brief moment of breathless tension as we lay static in the water. The only sound of that was that of the water gently rolling against the side of our raft. This silence was suddenly broken by laughter. "Hello?" Josh cackled. So what? So what? I guess it's so what? Hello, Mr. Monster in the Woods. I know you're sneaking around, but maybe you'll answer to my hello. Hello? I realized how stupid it was. Whatever animal it was, it wouldn't respond. I didn't even realize I said it until afterwards, but if anything was actually there, I obviously didn't get a reply. Josh continued, hello? I'm sorry, my voice. Sorry, it's supposed to be hello in a high falsetto. Hello, I countered as deep a baritone as I could manage. Hello there, mate. Hello, beep boop boop. We are robots. Hello. Hello. We continued mocking each other with increasingly elaborate salutations while we dug our arms into the water and moved them in a counterclockwise direction so we could turn the raft back the way we had come. When the front of our raft had pivoted enough that it faced the seemingly impenetrable woods, a sound floated out from them that chilled my blood so much that the winter water just below might have felt temperate. Hello. It was a breathy and airy whisper, the kind you might hear as someone read to himself, broadcasting his voice, but not realizing it. It had come from a spout just off the map, which now sat behind us as we slowly drifted away back toward the charted territory. Josh and I looked at one another. I could read the fear on my friend's face, and any hope that I had been fooled by my imagination disappeared. All options seemed equal in their futility. We were too slow on the raft to outpace anything. We would be so much faster on land, but we had no feasible way to get to it, though that was the last place we wanted to be at the moment. I shifted on the raft and faced the direction of the sound as I fumbled with the Roman candle. I wanted to see. What are you doing? Josh hissed. But I had already lit it. As the sparks fuse sank into the wrapper, I held it toward the sky. I had never actually shot one of these myself. I thought to just use it like a flare in the movies. A glowing green orb rocketed out towards the stars and then quickly extinguished. I lowered my arm more towards the horizon. I could remember that there were several colors, but I couldn't remember how many of these fired out before being depleted. A second ball of red light burst out and fizzled above the trees, but I still saw nothing. Let's just go, Josh pressed as he turned back around. Turned back toward the direction we had come and began paddling desperately. Just one more. Lowering my arm directly at the woods in front of me, another red ball of fire was launched from my paper cannon. It traveled straight ahead until it collided with a tree, briefly exploding the light in a much greater diameter. Still nothing. I dropped the firework in the water and watched as one more struggling fireball burst free, only to die quickly, drowning in the water. Doubt had already started to sink in my mind as we began paddling in the direction of my house. Suddenly, a loud and unconcealed rustling in the woods restored my certainty. The breaking of the branches and the trampling of fallen leaves overpowered the sound of our splashing. It was running in the same direction we were pointed. Come on, man, paddle! Josh commanded. We were thrashing frantically in an effort to increase our speed. Reflexively, we began trying to kick our legs, which were dangling over the side of the raft, though not touching the water. In our panic, we jostled the raft too violently, and I felt one of the ropes under my chest loosen. Josh, be careful! But it was too late. Our raft was breaking. I tried to pull the ropes taut, but I wasn't strong enough, and Josh began drifting away. I reached for his hand, but not quickly enough. We held onto a separate piece of styrofoam, but we knew individual pieces wouldn't suffice from when we had first built the raft. We bobbed and rocked as our legs dangled beneath us in the cold water. Josh, quick! I yelled as I pointed at the water right next to him. He scrambled, but it was too cold to move quickly, and we both watched as the mat floated away. What do we do now? Josh chattered. It was cold. We needed to get out of the water. Swimming back wasn't exactly an option, but we couldn't go back into the woods. And we couldn't go back into the woods. There were greater problems than the congestion of the trees now. I turned my eyes to the other side of the tributary and the woods that bordered it. We had never even thought of going into those trees before. We just didn't consider them part of our woods. They would have to be now. This way. I began kicking my stiff legs in the water, and Josh followed. We propelled ourselves to the opposite shore. The woods were just as thick on this side of the tributary, but we had no real choice. We abandoned what remained of our raft and clawed our way out of the water and onto alien woods as the sun took its final bow somewhere in the western horizon. Taking care with each step, we marched through the trees and stayed close enough to the water so we could see where we needed to cross when we got there. Our breath steamed in the cool air, and every now and then a violent shiver would quake through my still-soaked body. We were taking care not to make too much noise, but apparently so was the source of the voice that had greeted us earlier, because our footsteps were the only sounds. Suddenly, the sound of a crackling branch echoed somewhere in the distance. Josh and I stopped and held each other's gaze. Too afraid to talk, Josh mouthed the words, "What do we do?" I shook my head and brought my finger to my mouth, telling him to keep quiet while we listened. Every part of me was screaming to run, except for the one that was too scared to do anything at all, so we just stood there. There was another crackling limb. I held my breath. It was answered by the sound of dead leaves being crushed. I looked at Josh and could barely see his tears through my own. Oh. What is... Hold on, it did a... There we go. Crunch. Snap. Crunch. Snap. Snap, snap, snap. Crunch. Oh no! He's running. Or, he had Rice Krispies. Yeah. Oh no! He's running. I thought I had said this aloud, but I suppose I actually hadn't, because Josh yelled to me as I ran furiously away from the stampeding sound behind us. We were running fast, but not fast enough. The sound was getting closer. We leapt over decaying trees and tore through thorn bushes. The sound was just behind us now. There was no way we could outrun it. It would overtake us any second. I wanted to look back, but I forced myself to stay ahead. "Josh! The woods!" I yelled. Just ahead, the trees were tangled in a gnarled mass that would be too thick to run through. Should we dive into the water? Could we charge through the dense woods in front of us? Josh didn't say anything. He seemed at as much of a loss as I was. In a flash, Josh grabbed my arm and pulled me behind a large oak tree. We stood there like statues. The sound stopped. Steam bellowed out of our mouths into the frosty air as we tried to catch our breaths. I covered my mouth with my hand to conceal the blast of visible air, and I motioned to Josh to do the same. There was a rustling behind us. I leaned my back against the tree to steady my shaking legs so my feet wouldn't audibly grind the leaves under them. We tried to be as quiet as possible. We waited, shivering against the tree and sensitive to the sound of every movement behind us. Perhaps it was too dark for our pursuer to see where we had hidden. Perhaps if we just stood there quietly long enough, it would be over. Beep, 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 beep. My watch! The last alarm for the day was sounding. I smashed my fingers on the button, but the cold had numbed my hands, and the fear had clouded my mind. I couldn't remember how to stop it. Hundreds of times. I had silenced that alarm hundreds of times, but there I stood, fumbling and trembling, unable to end its high-pitched death knell. "Stop it!" Josh pleaded. "I'm trying," I whimpered. The rustling behind us began to move. It was getting closer now. I tore at my wrist and yanked at the plastic clasp and rubber band until it finally came off. With a whipping of my arm, the watch landed and sunk into the water, but it was too late. The crunching and snapping was right next to us now. We had nowhere to run anymore. I closed my eyes tightly, squeezing tears out of them, which rolled down my face. Defeated and terrified, I collapsed at the base of the tree and wrapped my arms around my knees, pressing them to my chest. A figure appeared in my peripheral, emerging from its hiding spot on the side of the same tree that we had hoped would conceal us. I turned my head so my eyes could finally take it in. It was a deer. I stared at it in disbelief, and it stared back at me in what might have been confusion or curiosity. It was the closest I had ever been to a deer before, or since for that matter. Even in the poor light of the pale moon, I could see the texture of its fur and the moisture on its nose. "Get out of here!" Josh snarled in a tantrum, apathetically throwing a small stick at the creature. It bounded off into the woods. We could hear it long after it had disappeared from sight. We soldiered through the woods, moving as the dead might move. Exhausted by both fear and the winter air, we didn't speak another word until we had arrived at the point to which we had departed. Now we only Only now we were at the opposite side of the water. The tributary was narrower here, but neither of us wanted to get back into the water to cross. Josh asked me what I thought we should do, but I didn't respond. I thought that if we continued through the woods along the water, we would get to the lake, and we could just circle around it, but that would take far too long. Uh-oh. Oh. I didn't have my watch anymore, so I didn't even know what time it was. For all I knew, my mother would be home already. There was just no time. We have to cross here, I said. As quickly as we could, we moved through the water and onto the opposite shore. The earth sloped into the water here, so we were able to simply walk out of it and back onto familiar ground. We took off our swimsuits and we were desperate to get into dry clothes that would shield us from the biting chill of the air. I slid on my shorts, but there was something wrong. I turned around. Where's my shirt? He shrugged and gestured towards the water. Maybe it got knocked into the water and floated into the lake. As he motioned, I saw one of the pieces of our styrofoam raft floating in our direction, back towards the lake. I told Josh to go back to my house and say that we were playing hide and seek if my mom was home. I had to try to find my shirt. I ran behind the houses and peered over the water while scouting along the shoreline. It occurred to me that with any luck I might find the map too. If the raft had floated this way, then maybe the map had. I was moving fast because I needed to get home, and I was about to give up when my concentration was interrupted by a sound coming from behind me. Hello? I whipped around. It was Miss Maggie. In the porch light, she looked incredibly frail, and the usual warmth that wrapped her manner seemed to have been snuffed out by the chill. I couldn't remember ever seeing her without a smile, so her face looked strange to me. If you guys don't recall, Miss Maggie was the elderly woman, or elderly neighbor with dementia, whose husband passed away, but she doesn't know, or she can't remember that. And she has 2 adult sons who she confuses the narrator and Josh for. Just a reminder if you don't remember Miss Maggie. Oh, hi, Miss Maggie. Oh, hi, Chris. The warmth and smile had returned to her, even if the memories had not. I couldn't see it was you in the dark. What are you doing out so late? Just playing with a friend. Now that my rapid movements had stopped, the cold air started to creep into me again, and I could feel my teeth chatter against themselves. I was beginning to feel weak. Each breeze seemed to drive the icy water on my skin through it and down into my bones. Miss Maggie? I thought for a moment and collected myself. Miss Maggie, can I come inside? I just need a towel. My head began to swim. Not right now, Chris. Bother, how do I put this? She seemed to search for the words, as I half-heartedly searched for my missing shirt and any scrap of paper that might be the map. She spoke out again, and this time... She spoke out again at the same time I did, and her voice fell dully in my ear. Miss Maggie, have you seen Mom's home? I felt the world drop out from under me. Mom's home? Had she just said that? She was still talking, but I couldn't hear her anymore. I abandoned my search immediately and ran around the side of her house. I could hear Miss Maggie running through her house parallel to me. My legs felt weak, but I pushed them hard against her concrete driveway. My stomach twisted when I saw my mom's car in our driveway, but then I remembered that she hadn't taken her car. I thundered down towards the street and could hear Miss Maggie walking briskly across her frozen yard behind me. The ice-covered grass snapping and crunching beneath her feet, but I didn't look back. Instinctively, I ran across the house and went to the back door. I eased it open. I couldn't hear anything. No yelling, no talking, not a single sound. I slid into the bathroom that connected to my bedroom and cracked the door open. I heard Josh yell, and I flung the door open the rest of the way. You scared the crap out of me, he protested. Is my mom home? No. The tightness in my stomach relaxed, and I could feel my whole body slump a little in relief. Had I heard Miss Maggie right? I suppose it wasn't very surprising that she could be wrong about my mom being home when she had trouble remembering what my name was. Josh had already changed his clothes and was looking much more comfortable than I felt. I went into my closet, stripped off the wet clothes, and put some dry ones on. It couldn't have been more than 5 minutes later that my mom came home. We had actually gotten away with it, even though we lost the map. Couldn't find it? No, I looked hard, but I didn't see it. I saw Miss Maggie, though. She called me Chris again. She's pretty scary at night. Don't you ever make fun of her like that, understand? Josh whispered in a mocking tone so that my mom wouldn't overhear. We both laughed, and he asked me if she had invited me in for a snack, joking that the snacks must be terrible since she couldn't even give them away. I told him that she hadn't, that I had actually tried to invite myself in and had been rejected, and he was surprised. As I thought about it, it was really surprising. Nearly every time we had seen her, she had invited us in for snacks, and here I had invited myself, but she said no. And she had evidently thought that my mom was home, so maybe it wasn't so strange that she didn't want me to come in. The subject turned to what had happened in the woods. We discussed it at the lowest possible volume. We were no longer sure about what we'd heard. When Josh mentioned the Roman candle, it occurred to me that the lighter I had taken on the raft might still be in my pocket. Even if we had gotten away with our secret mission, if my mom found the lighter in my pocket, a penalty would be severe. The fact that I had thrown my watch into the water and would have to explain why I no longer had it was slowly presenting itself to my attention, but I subdued its nagging while I grabbed the shorts off the floor and patted my pockets. I felt something, but it wasn't the lighter. I squeezed it and I felt it crinkle in my hand. From my back pocket, I removed a folded piece of paper and my heart leapt. The map? I thought desperately, but I watched it float away. As I unfolded the paper, my palms began to sweat as I tried to understand what I was seeing. Drawn on the paper inside of a large oval were two faceless stick figures holding hands, one much bigger than the other. The paper was torn, so a part of it was missing, but there was a number written near the top right corner, either 15 or 16. I nervously handed Josh the paper and asked him if he put it in my pocket at some point, but he scoffed at the idea. I put the question to him again, hoping he would change his answer, that he had just forgotten he had done it. He denied it again and asked why I was so upset. I pointed towards the small stick figure and what was written next to it. It was my initials. Josh kept talking, but I wasn't really listening anymore. My eyes were stuck to the piece of paper. I had to continuously and actively refocus my vision, which would start to blur as my mind meandered, trying to make sense of it. I put the drawing in my collection drawer, and Josh went home the next day. Alright, I'm going to pause, see how everybody's doing. Weed for everybody. Let's see how everyone's talking about video games. Got video games. Worst Friday 13th movie? Part 9. Or the remake. The remake. The 2009 remake. I didn't really care for either of those. Jason looked really cool in the remake. I thought they did a good job with him. Made him very, very intimidating. Very creepy looking. It's just every single character was unlikable, which you know how much I love. I love having no character to root for. But yeah, 9 I didn't like because I was like, man, this kind of seems like you tried to mesh a Nightmare on Elm Street and a Michael Myers, because to me it didn't make any sense why Jason was trying to kill his sister that he suddenly had, especially when family seemed to be important to him. I mean, his mom was all he had. You think he'd be stoked that he'd have more family instead of trying to kill her, but then they added that stupid... He's like a slug person. So stupid. $1 million now or $10 million, but you can only eat McDonald's for a month. I'll just have fries and their apple pie. I'm sure I can find something that is edible there. I think Halloween Ends is okay. I appreciate it doing something different. I still haven't seen it. I really dislike any of the Rob Zombie. Yeah, I think we had this conversation. I think that was the Fatal Frame stream, but I'm not a big fan of the Rob Zombie remakes either. They're okay, but man, that second one really pissed me off. They had fun characters. Rob Zombie's movies sometimes, or like a lot of times, like The Devil's Rejects and stuff. Not a fan of those movies, but I do like like some of the characters anyway. I guess I should say, because the main characters are just, again, if I don't like you at all. Well, oh, I'm sorry. Well, I moved to. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Am I there? Hold on, I'm watching myself in the past to see if I move up. There we go. Woo! I'm sorry, Adam. Usually I leave it. I was messing with it earlier. Okay. Halloween 2, Rob Zombie's Halloween 2 is one of the movies you can't get in Germany? Really? The director of Part 9 also made a shitty Texas which one? I'm really not surprised, by the way, because weren't they like college kids, or they were like fresh out of college, the director was? I'm trying to remember, because I'm pretty sure, because I love commentary on horror movies, so I like listening to them, but I'm pretty sure they were saying that they were like fresh out of college or something, or that was one of their first movies that they did. I was like, yeah, I can fucking tell. It's amateur hour, and that's coming from somebody who can't act and can't edit or do shit. It's like bottom of the barrel for me. It's one of the reasons I'm a very niche channel. It was Texas Chainsaw 3D. Yeah, that sounds about right. That tracks. I need to rewatch the original Texas Chainsaw Massacre. I saw it at a Wake-a-thon decades ago when I wasn't fully yeah, you don't need to super pay attention to that movie. I mean, you can get the gist of it, but yeah, you probably want to try that again. It's a fun one. It's really well done. They don't have the thing that I didn't notice, but it is really effective, is they don't really have music in the movie. It's very quiet, which I really appreciate, because it added, to me anyway, it added to like the fear and the tension that, well, besides, obviously being chased down by some creepy ass dude with a chainsaw. 'Cause God, how terrifying would that be? Hello, Tip 2. Can't have my birds in here because I don't need them trying to poop in my hair or bite my eyes out like Tippy does. Alright. Need a light? Fire and I don't really go together. Renegade, you love that movie, don't you? I keep telling myself to sit down and watch that movie. Maybe I'll do that the next time I'm watching something, or I'm taking notes or editing a script. All right. Okay. Moving on. We're still on maps. I don't know how many more pages I just remember looking and it was like crazy long. There is a rat on my shoulder. It's a Beanie Baby. He usually sits on my bed. I don't know what happened to his tag. He had his tag not too long ago. But yeah, this is Tip 2. He sits on my bed, and so does this little TY ghost. See, so I've got these when I was really little. Where'd my... Oh, I'm sorry, Tip 2, no! Oh no! Man down! Oh, you gotta be kidding. The video is now, it went from 4% to 6% this whole time I've been sitting here, so I know it's going slow. It's going slow because I'm also streaming, so I'm not worried about it. Uh-oh, it got up and walked away. That's the only way I can, unless he, oh, he did. Hold on. Sorry, I get distracted easy. A little rat, and then I have this little guy. I got him when I was like in the 3rd grade or something. What is this guy's name? Is he just Is this Creepers? Hello, Creepers. Say hello. Oh wait, say hello. Hello. I had him sitting up here. I didn't realize he fell, or he was over there. Whatever. And then the little ghosty is named Sheets. That's cute too. But yeah, I still have all of my, I have all of my Beanie Babies, and I have all of my siblings' Beanie Babies, because they were the ones that lived through the craze, and I just got like the leftovers after nobody gave a shit anymore. Get a medic for Tiptoe. He's fine. Tiptoe's fine. That would be like wearing an outfit with a picture of you naked on. Are you talking about creepers? That's a really good point. 1975. Ha! Funny. More like 1875. Am I right? High five, Tiptoe. Yeah. Or sorry, just high fived your face. Do you get that hair dent thingy after you wear your... Yeah, I do. Hi, Eric, by the way. I chase people at Lowe's with chainsaws every day. That sounds like a fun job. You have a woman who's supposed to be in her 40s, but in the movie she's in her 20s. I don't know, sometimes people can look really young for their age. Sometimes not. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they don't. But I think since we had so many years or generations of people in their 30s playing high school students, like, I think a lot of people's perceptions have been skewed. Because, man, I think Grease, the first Grease movie, I think a lot of those people were in their 30s and 40s. It's kind of funny when you think about it, because I think the youngest person on that cast was in their 20s. I look weird in hats, though, Eric. Like, because you guys know my ears stick out, so it looks even more ridiculous when I try to wear a hat. I have like little beanies and stuff, but that's a little bit different. That goes that's not like a trucker hat or a baseball cap. I guess that's what they're called. Yeah. I don't know how you can make Leatherface an anti-hero when the guy murders and eats people. That's just, yeah. John Travolta was not 50 then. No way. I feel like you're messing with me. Can't see me in a hat. I have a black veil at one point. I went as a ghost one year, but like I wore all black, so I had to constantly explain to people. I was like, no, I'm a ghost. No, I'm a zombie. Fine, I'm a zombie, because that's what everyone kept thinking I was. I was like, man, I'm not good at this. He looks like a Muppet now, though. Oh, jeez. Jenny Trucker hat merch. You guys are distracting me. Okay. Back to the story. I had always attributed the odd exchange with Miss Maggie to her being sick, the product of a mind too young to understand and a mind too old to remember. She was such a lonely woman, and although I was too young to appreciate that fully, there must have been some part of me that did. Because I never went out of my way to correct her, and when she called me by the wrong name... Hold on, my lips are dry. Sorry. How do you do, fellow kids? That night was the last time I saw Miss Maggie. Aww. That night was the last time I saw Miss Maggie? Oh, God, no! Damn it. It was the last time her yard would be transformed into an Arctic kingdom by her poorly timed sprinklers. But as a kid, you just accept that people come and people go. That's just the way the world is. They have their own lives, and as they live them, sometimes that takes them out of yours. Only later do you look back and ask yourself, what happened? Where did they go? I didn't understand why Miss Maggie had left. I didn't understand what I was watching weeks later when I saw men in strange orange biohazard suits carry what I thought were black bags full of garbage out of her house, leaving the whole neighborhood blanketed in a faint but festering smell of decay. I still didn't understand when they condemned the house and boarded it up, but I understand now. I understand that I'd simply gotten the warning wrong. I thought she had tried to alert me to go because my mom was home, but that wasn't it. I had heard what I'd been listening for, just as Miss Maggie had always seen what she was looking for. Had I been listening more attentively and less selfishly? Had I the capacity to recognize just how profound her confusion and loneliness really were, then maybe I would have heard the warning that she had really given me. Even though she didn't realize even though she didn't realize it was a warning. She never said Mom's home. She had told me, with an explosion of misguided joy, what could have only been meaningful to me now, that I can't do anything that would truly matter. Those men weren't carrying garbage bags. I'm sorry, I'm getting upset because I like the character of Miss Maggie. Those men weren't carrying garbage in those bags. I am certain of that, as I am of what Miss Maggie said that night, and who had really come home, regardless of what she called him. That night she told me, Tom's home. God, I did not like that. He killed off Miss Maggie. She thought her husband came home. Instead, it was the dude who sounds like he murdered and dismembered that poor woman. Sorry, I'm trying to hang out for a second. You guys are so goofy. Hello, demon. Well, so glad I picked a real fun story for everybody to listen to. Miss Maggie. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Sorry, I actually have I have the bigger tablet out because trying to read it on my phone was a little rough last time. Because screen is tiny, and in a dark room, even if the light is bright or the screen is bright, it still messes up my eyes. Uh-oh. What'd I do? Okay, so the next chapter is screens. God. Maps was like 50 pages long. I can only imagine how long screens is going to be. We're 65% through the story, by the way. Man, first box is now Miss Maggie. Dave, who are you talking to? Ooh. I'm confused. Wait, what you... sorry, I don't mean to have dead air on the... I'm trying to figure out what you guys are talking about. I guess, like, the family... Dave is 600 years old. I'm only a little bit older than you. I'm 750. Just admit you never learned to read. Hey! Hey, I'm not... Yeah, I'm confused. Is there a person that I'm just not seeing that Dave's talking to? Or is it me? Are you talking to me saying that I don't know how to read? I mean, it's true. You guys have listened to me try to read out loud. I stumble through the words all the time. Give me a break. I usually read by myself with nobody here. Not like I'm standing in front of a class having to read out loud. Hecklin' Dave is back, baby. Just really good at faking it. Oh yeah, like I haven't been reading this story the whole time. I've been winging it. No, tiptoe. I've been winging it this whole time. Dave's so mean to me. Oh no, I've noticed. This is the life you chose. That's fine. I like it enough, so I like so far what I've developed on YouTube. Okay. God damn it, guys. Alright. Screens. Next chapter. Oh, yeah. I need to get him a Velcro perch. Oh, that's funny you should mention that, Apple, because what is happening? Oh, maybe it's just like repeating. The costume, I showed you guys the stuff I had. I wanted to find. I did not realize that it was going to be goddamn impossible to find, but all I was trying to find was a bird, like a little like strap, like you put a strap on that has like a crow or a raven or something, kind of exactly like how Tiptoe is. So you have like a little buddy. Fucking impossible to find. Like I tried to word it every single word. I even looked up even looked up words in a thesaurus, trying to. I was like, maybe I'm just wording it wrong. Maybe I'm not using the right word. But no, the only one I found was at Spirit Halloween, and the bird looked like it was. The bird, it was supposed to be a raven, but it looks like it just looked like a styrofoam that they tarred and feathered. That's what it looked like, because the feathers were all shitty looking. But yeah, that's what I was trying to find, because I thought it'd be kind of cool if I did that plague doctor style mask, the one that looks like a bird. If I ended up doing that one, then I could get like little crows to sit on. I could do like a Heckle and Jekyll, but god damn it, it's impossible to find. So then I was like, well, that one's shitty. Maybe I'll make one for myself. And then I realized how difficult it is just to find a fake crow that doesn't look like shit. Like, why is it so hard to find a fake crow? I tried lifelike crows. I tried just handmade crow. Like, I tried everything that I thought. I was like, maybe I could find like an Etsy person. And the only thing I could find, I was like, oh, that looks real. I was like, oh, that's why it looks real. It's a goddamn taxidermy crow. I was like, I'm not gonna have a taxidermy animal on me. I'm not gonna own a taxidermy animal, period. But so I was like, I'm not gonna do that. But I did not realize how difficult it is to find a goddamn raven or a crow, like fake one, that looks real. Go drug a crow. No, because they're smart and they'll tell their friends, and then I'm never gonna have my own murder or conspiracy. Or wait, unkindness. It's an unkindness of ravens and a murder of crows. Darby is right. It is okay if you do or do not believe. The Norman Bates taxidermy. Yeah, taxidermy is it's such a weird, I don't know, it's so weird to me. It's like, I'm gonna go hunting and kill this deer and then cut off its head and then stuff it and then stick it on my wall. It's just so weird. I can't. I mean, shit. I think I told you guys, I ended up having to clip Tippy's flight wings, her flight feathers, not wings. I didn't clip off her wings, her feathers. They grow back in a couple months just because she was just out of control. And because I was so heartbroken, I sat there, and the lady who did it, like she cleaned up her beak, and then she cut the or trimmed the which I didn't want to do. I really did it because she likes to fly. And I just sat there and I just started crying. I was like, no, she's not going to be able to fly. But now she's even more of a mama's girl because she's always climbing up on my shoulder and then eating my hair. So that's fun. But it did make me sad. Chuck Testa! But she's okay now. She's actually... I think she might have actually trimmed her feathers wrong because she can still fly pretty far. Like, I remember the first time I had done that when I first moved, she kind of like just glided straight down, but now she can actually fly. But yeah, I cried. I was super upset and I kept apologizing to her in the car. I was like, I'm sorry, but you're just insane and you're attacking all of your brothers and sisters and you're biting me. And last time I tried to pet her neck, she bit me so hard it drew blood. So I was like, all right, I'm sorry that I can't get you a boyfriend because last time I tried, you tried to kill him. That poor little lovebird. So, New Nightmare. New Nightmare is a phenomenal one. I want to be taxidermy. What position? Like, how do you want to? How do you want to? Do you want to be sitting or standing or doing that wall lean thing? Hell yeah, Darby. Part 4 of Friday the 13th is also really good. I liked that one. What is my favorite Friday the 13th? I think it's a toss-up between the 3rd and the 7th one, just because those are the two I remember watching the most as a kid. Like 7 especially, because I really liked the way Jason looked, and I was like, oh, this is like Carrie versus Jason, only a little bit lamer. If you can find a good fake crow/raven, get a roll of Velcro and an armband. Yeah, well, that's where my search has ground to a halt because I can't find a raven that doesn't look like, or raven or a crow that doesn't look like crap. And I'm talking about one that has feathers. Like I have little ravens, or well, you can't really see them, but they're like little stuffed. He's like right there. They're little stuffed animals though. They're not ones that look. They're too cutesy. Like they wouldn't work for my costume. I need ones that look like ravens. But yeah. Triangle, the one on the boat. I remember that one. That one was pretty good. Though there were a couple things I remember having or taking umbrage with that movie because I remember thinking a couple of the repeats didn't work because I was like, there has to be an original, and they didn't show the original, so it was a little. Like they didn't show originally how. I remember one. They never show originally how the necklace got in the. I can't remember. You know, there's something about the necklace. I don't remember, but I remember thinking I was like, wait, that one doesn't work. But anyway, distraction. 13%. Okay. Part 6 was also a fun one. You know, I even liked 5 okay. But again, I was very young when I had the box set of the first 8. So on my 13th birthday, I got part 8, or I rented part 8. Oh, I rented part 8. Was it part 8? Yeah, that was Jason Takes Manhattan. I rented that one, and I was kind of a lonely kid back then, so I didn't have a birthday party. So it was just me. It was just me. We had me and my family. So we had that and pizza and presents and stuff like that. Jenny, have you seen the zombie frog at Build-A? No, I've been avoiding it because they have Ninja Turtles there too. But I need to. It is funny you mentioned Build-A-Bear. Now I got to look that up because I saw that they released, or I have a Build-A-Bear guy. The guy they said that they released their Halloween collection yesterday. So I was like, I don't want to go, but I do because you guys are going to have really cool costumes and stuff like that I missed last year because I had just got this one in December, or I got Redford in December. J-horror is very good. Okay. For real this time. Starting up. Should really go through the first one and just put, hey, I'm going to go on a tangent here. Click on this when I come back to actually reading the story. I watched Jaws when I was way too young and it soured. Oh, yeah, we had a small pool, and even though it was a small pool and we could always see the bottom, none of us would go in. I'm just full of describes all my birthdays, but I'm not lonely. I'm just full of hate. Oh my god, okay. You keep distracting me, but I have to tell this because it's at the time, it's like, God bless my mom and my dad and my grandma, because they did a really good job at distracting me from what happened. But when I was in the 5th grade, I was not popular and people didn't really like me. I was like how I am now. I keep to myself and was mostly in my own head in elementary and half of junior high. And I invited people to my birthday party at a indoor skate park thing. And we come to my birthday on a Saturday. And I see all these people that I invited. I was like, oh, look, everybody's here. And it turned out, oh no, they weren't there for my birthday. They were there for another girl's birthday in my same class that she also invited. So nobody came to mine, even though we were at the same place. So it was real awkward. It was really awkward. And I remember my grandma saying, she's like, oh no, they're gonna be here for you. I think, what did she say? She's like, they're gonna drop off your presents later. And I guess my mom or my dad snuck out and got like some extra presents and wrapped them and made it seem like they were from like other people. They're like, oh, they just dropped it off. And I was like, go hang out, blah blah. And I was like, oh, thanks. I don't remember the aftermath of that, but man, my parents, like, they really tried. I must have been like, they must have realized that I was like, oh. But it's hysterical now because I was like, wow, what a bitch, because there's no way that girl did not know that I invited people, because her part or her birthday was nowhere near mine. So, bitch. Hey man, I got some really cool shit that year. I got Sailor Moon dolls, which at the time I didn't even know existed. I got all of them, and now, because, you know, I had younger siblings, so now they're down to, like, I think I have 2 or 3 of them left. Oh, you know what? I don't even think I have them anymore. I think I tossed those in with the collectors. They might be in my toy chest, but I think I might actually have just gotten rid of them. I hope not. It doesn't seem like something I would do. Something like that I'm sentimental about. I read one of the scary stories to read in the dark at my birthday sleepover and scared one of my friends so much that she had to go home. The voice in my head always says I'm a failure. Nah, failure and idiot. He's a nice guy. It just keeps me motivated. I liked it when I was a kid. After seeing better movies as an adult, I regretted it. Which one are we talking about? The Nightmare on Elm. Oh, okay. Ooh. Yeah, I watched the first 2 Screams alone. It was my first time being alone on my own without a babysitter or anything. I was like, this is gonna be great. That was a great party. Apple. I knew I recognized you. Okay, for real this time. Tells you to eat. Ooh, I had fajita burrito today. It was super good. But I like the classic, what do they call it? The Mexicano style. I think that's what they call it there. Instead of like the American style where it's like cheese and lettuce and tomato and sour cream and stuff like that. Instead it's like the good shit, like cilantro and green onions and what is that sauce called? They put this delicious hot sauce on there. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked again. Don't bring up food. I was a dark child. Oh no, it's just the fajitas. It was the brown rice and the fajita vegetables, and then like the different stuff. It was very vegetable-y. It was Tiptoe. God, Tiptoe. Crack a window. Alright, for real. God damn it. Screens. At the end of the summer between kindergarten and first grade, I caught the stomach flu. The sickest I had ever been up until that point was the week in kindergarten that I'd been stricken with a sore throat, but the stomach flu was an entirely different challenge. I've had the stomach flu before. That shit sucks. This is as bright as the screen gets. It was all the components of a regular flu. However, with the stomach flu, you throw up in a bucket and not the toilet because you are sitting on it. The sickness gets purged from both ends. Yep, that sounds about right. I stayed in bed for almost 10 days, and just as it seemed that my body had fought the plague into submission, it was granted an extension, albeit in a different form. God, I remember I got real sick with the stomach flu. I was out for almost damn near 2 weeks. To the point that my dad was talking about taking me to the hospital because I didn't seem to be getting any better. But man, I dropped so much weight. It was crazy. Like, but then again, if you can't really keep anything down and you're just constantly drinking water and everything, like ugh. One morning, just a day or two before school resumed, I woke up and began to panic, thinking for a moment that I had gone blind. My eyelids were so fused together by all the dried mucus generated during the night that I couldn't get them open. I had to pry my eyelids apart with my fingers. I had pink eye. Oh no! See, that's what you get. Let's wash your hands before you rub your eyes, young ones. When I started first grade, it was with a kink in my neck caused by more than a week of bed rest and 2 swollen, bloodshot eyes. She sent her kid to school with pink eye? Isn't that contagious? I'm pretty sure it is. If it's weeping, I'm pretty sure it is. Either of these things individually might have been manageable, but as I walked through the door and into the school, there was a noticeable quieting in my peers' chatter as they looked at my infected eyes and an awkward, hunched comportment. Josh had been assigned to another group, which I had known about for weeks, but eating schedules weren't determined that far in advance. It wasn't until my class was brought to the lunchroom that I discovered that Josh had also been assigned to a different eating period. So, due to my affliction and the absence of my table mate, in a cafeteria bursting with 200 kids, I still had the table all to myself. I resonate with this person. I haven't seen the remake of Carrie. See, that's what I thought. So maybe the kids are they're just trying to, like, not die, is what they're trying to do. Ooh. Nobody wants pink eye. I think I got that once in kindergarten. But, little kids are infectious little things. They're just little walking petri dishes. It's a bit poetic that it's so easy to take advantage of those who have no advantages to begin with. After the first several days of first grade, I started to bring spare food in my backpack, and I would take it into the bathroom to eat after lunch, since my school meals were usually confiscated by older kids who knew that I wouldn't stand up to them since no one would stand up with me, or stand up for me. Where the hell are the teachers? This dynamic persisted even after my condition cleared up, since no one wants to be friends with the kid who gets bullied, lest they have some of that aggression directed towards themselves. There was an expression that says, you have to have money to make money. And while friendship itself is surely priceless, making friends seems to operate by the same rules. The fact that I was relatively personable in class did little to counter the fact that most of my classmates recognized me as the kid who sat alone at lunch. I was unable to make friends in class because I was unable to make friends at lunch, and the opposite held true as well. This loop fed itself for weeks. In kindergarten, most of my peers had grouped off with several friends, rather than pairing off with only one like I had. This meant that in first grade it would have been difficult to insert myself into their fold, even if I hadn't been a leper. With no friends, my ability to make any was jeopardized, and as the bullying grew frequent, potential acquaintances grew more distant. I came to dread going to school in the morning, to the point that there was more than one occasion where I cried when my alarm clock signaled the start of my day. That's most people when they got to go to work in the morning. My only reprieve was waiting for the school bus with Josh in the afternoon so that we could discuss our continued navigation of the tributary, but this simply wasn't enough to make the rest of the day bearable. Finally, and unexpectedly, my situation was improved by the intervention of a kid named Alex. Alex was in the 3rd grade, though he was bigger than most of the other kids in any grade at my school. His greater size wasn't just vertical, Alex was fairly overweight. His parents had attempted to hide their son's mass by outfitting him with oversized shirts that buttoned up the front and didn't cling to his body so easily and so tightly. However, when he sat down, the fabric would be stressed and the openings between some of the buttons would purse, which would reveal the fat on his stomach and the baggy shirt that was meant to cover. Of course, no one ever pointed this out to Alex. Despite his intimidating size, Alex always seemed nice enough. I never saw him pick on another kid, and he didn't seem to be self-conscious about anything. One of the benefits of not having to worry about being bullied. About 5 minutes into lunch, sometime during the 3rd week of school, he walked up to my table with his tray and sat down. There were several times when I looked up, or it looked as if he was about to say something, but they were always false starts. He left when lunch was over, and the process began anew the next day. I was curious as to why he had suddenly decided to sit next to me. I was hesitant to bring it up. His company had put an immediate end to the shortage of my food supply, and I would be a fool to do anything to jeopardize this new relationship. Ignoring my curiosity, I tried to strike up a conversation with him several times, but he'd only ever respond with enough effort to close whatever subject I had broached. I've never even spoken with him at length, so I was having difficulty determining whether he was distracted by something in his thoughts or he was simply slow. He wasn't being rude in his curt replies, but they left no room for an actual dialogue to develop. Against my better judgment, I confronted him on the 3rd day. He sat across from me, silently eating his lunch. He seemed at a loss initially, not because he didn't know the answer, but because he knew I would ask. He seemed at a loss initially, not because he didn't know the answer, but because he knew I would ask, but not had yet thought of how he would respond. Okay. After fumbling and stammering for a moment, he simply blurted it out. He had a crush on Josh's sister, Veronica. Veronica was in the 4th grade and was probably the prettiest girl in school. Even as a 6-year-old who fully endorsed the notion that girls were disgusting, I still knew how pretty Veronica was. She was in the 3rd grade, Josh told me. Or when she was in the 3rd grade, Josh told me, 2 boys had actually gotten into a physical fight because of her. It erupted out of an argument concerning the significance of the messages she had written on their yearbook. One of the boys eventually hit the other in the forehead with the corner of one of the yearbooks, and the wound required stitches to close. Holy cow, they're 3rd graders! While not one of those 2 boys, Alex, too, wanted her to like him and confessed that he knew that Josh and I were best friends. Although he had difficulty articulating it, probably because it was an embarrassing request, I gathered that he had hoped I would convey his ostensibly God damn it, these big words. Philanthropic deed to Veronica, and that she would presumably be so moved by his selflessness that she'd take an interest in him. If I talked him up to Veronica, he would continue to sit with me as long as I needed him to. Because this was during the time when Josh mostly stayed at my house navigating the tributary with me, I didn't have the chance to bring it up to Veronica because I simply didn't see her. Even if I had, I'm not sure what I could have said. that would have sided, who would have worked in his favor, aside from simply saying that he was a nice guy. But I needed to convey the message. It seemed like Alex had taken a liking to me and might continue to sit with me regardless of whether I held up my end of the agreement. But whether or not he realized it, he had done me a tremendous favor, and I wanted to return it. I told Josh about the situation, but he just made fun of Alex. Part of me understood why Josh found it funny, but I insisted that he talk to Veronica since Alex had done such a nice thing for me. He told me that he would tell his sister because I wanted him to, though I doubted he would. Josh was annoyed that people seemed to be so taken with his sister. I remember him calling her an ugly crow. I never said anything to Josh, but I remember wanting to say, even then, that Veronica was pretty, and that one day she would be beautiful. I was right. I suck with big words too, like cat. Woo! No, Tiptoe! Poor little Tiptoe's gonna have little broken teeny tiny feet by the time I'm done with him. Philanthropy. Thropic. Sissy was pretty cute. Okay. Alright. Oh, you guys are talking about the Carrie remake. No! I'm sorry, Tiptoe. I am the worst. That's why I do not have a real rat friend. Sorry, I'm trying to get my... There we go. I was trying to get the charger, the little nub thing around the corner because it kept pulling. And that's why I kept... Don't you do it. There we go. The stress on the word changes. It's so dumb. You gotta love English, man. What is it, like 6 different languages in a coat? Okay. When I was 14, I was a freshman at a high school that was comprised of 2 distinct populations of students. The majority of the students lived in the district for that school, and they attended it as a regular... It's so weird how it does that. Sorry. Wait, where was I going? Okay, the majority of the students lived in the district for that school, and they attended it as regular pupils. But there was a small percentage of the student body that commuted to the school to attend a completely separate program with a fundamentally different curriculum that was designed to prepare students for college. I was in this program. The school was located in a predominantly poor area, and as is often the case for whatever reason, this poverty was coexistent with an underperformance of many of their school's general population. Some of these students had full-time jobs by their junior year, while others simply elected not to come to class. As a result, the school as a whole was a failing one. Because the collective grade of the class was an F, god damn, really? Its funding from the state had been significantly reduced. What? Because the collective grade of the school was an F, its funding from the state had been significantly reduced. Why would they reduce funding if it's clear that they need more funding? Oh, bye, Apple! Oh, sorry, sepsis. Sorry. Sorry, Apple. I thought you were the one that said goodbye. Good night, sepsis. Thank you for stopping by. Okay. No! Here, you know what? You're on the wrong shoulder. Get on this shoulder. You were better over there. You weren't falling every 2 seconds. There's a TV care, the Carrie TV movie. I didn't know that. Okay. Okay. Itchy hair. That's so weird to me. The school is doing poorly because, like, it's from a poor area, but they take money they take funding out of the school even though it's clear that they desperately need it. They need that stuff. That just, it's... Wrap your earful. I am not going to kill Tiptoe. Stop trying to get me to kill Tiptoe. It's so... Sorry, that just blew me away. Which meant that it became more difficult to get the necessary resources to raise the grade of the school. Yeah, exactly. So that doesn't make any sense. Tiptoe needs... I'm going to end up on one of those lists. It's like, YouTuber abuses animal live on camera. Why do you do this to my guy? Look, he's drunk, alright? I didn't want to say anything, but Tiptoe is an alcoholic. All he does is he drinks all day with Creeper and cheats. They all have problems. I just didn't want to do anything. That's the American education system for you. Do badly, get less money to fix it. That's so weird. So weird when it comes to education. As a last resort out of this true catch-22, my program was placed in the school to raise the overall grade without having to address any of the actual reasons why the school was failing to begin with. Yeah, because, why bother? I had hoped that the fact that my program attracted kids from all over the city would mean that Josh and I might finally attend the same school again, since it had been 10 years since we were in the same class, not to mention the same school. But there was a good deal of stigma attached to attending a program like this, and so I understood why Josh apparently decided to attend his district school. Other kids from my first elementary school, however, had made different choices. For the most part, this common origin didn't translate easier in conversation like I had expected it might, but it did allow me to befriend someone from my elementary school that I hadn't actually known that well when I was a kid, though I remembered very distinctly. When I saw him, I recognized him immediately, though his hair was longer than it had been back then. His face hadn't changed much, and I could still picture him crying and pouting after our kindergarten teacher scolded him for releasing his balloon too early. It was Chris. I remember little Chris. And then they gave him a new balloon so he can throw that up. It's tough being a Beanie Baby nowadays. They were all built up saying that they were going to be worth something, but now put Jenny on the ban list. No. I will get Velcro next time, and so he won't fall off me. He had apparently forgotten about that episode, and when I brought it up, he attempted to deny it coolly, but laughed so hard that he completely confirmed it. The memory of him clutching the empty air with his tight fist held out just out of the frame of the class photograph catalyzed a fit of laughter in both of us. I got to know him and his friend Ryan and Adam fairly well. We didn't have that much in common in the end, but we had similar senses of humor, and we all liked movies. That was enough. As a result of our one common interest, we had taken to frequenting special screenings of old movies at a place we had come to call the Dirt Theater. It was probably nice at some point, but time and neglect had weathered the place severely. I'm not sure if the building was built as a theater or if it had just been repurposed. The floors were level, and rather than rows of fixed seats, they were movable tables and chairs. This latter fact was actually the attempted selling point of the business. Their portable furniture was featured in every commercial and advertisement. The interior layout was so bad that when the theater was even partially full, there were very few places you could sit and see the whole screen. In some of the theaters, there were actually support columns in the middle of the room that blocked entire portions of the screen if you were unlucky enough to sit anywhere behind them. Despite this, the theater was still open, and I imagine that there were three reasons for this. The tickets and concessions were cheap. They showed a different cult movie on Friday and Saturday twice a month at midnight, and they sold beer to underage kids during the midnight showings. I went for the first two. The theater showed movies during the day, one that had just left the real theaters, and as near as I could tell, the day showings accounted for the majority of the Dirt Theater's business. Do you guys have I guess they're not a thing anymore, but I remember when I was growing up, there was dollar theaters. Like, you could go see movies that were out of, like, the main, the good theaters, quote unquote. You can go and see a movie that's been out of theaters for a couple months. That's how I saw the Powerpuff Girls movie. because we kept putting it off and putting it off to go see it, and by the time we had time, we had to go to a dollar theater, which is fine. Like, the seats were sticky, and so were the floors, and it was not the best area, but it was $1.50. $1.50 to see that movie, so hell yeah, we're gonna go. Uh-oh. I lost where I was. But in all the times I had gone to see a matinee there, not once had a movie ever started on time. In fact, there had been a time when the movie had started 20 minutes late, and the projectionist had actually sped up the film so the schedule wouldn't be compromised. That's pretty funny. Work smarter, not harder. Despite all this, the midnight showings always started at exactly midnight. It was a strange business model, but one that must have worked, because as far as I know, the theater is still open for business. In my sophomore year of high school, when I was 15, Chris, Adam, Ryan, and I went to the Dirt Theater to see Scanners by David Cronenberg for $1. We had arrived with enough time to secure virtually whatever seats we wanted, but we sat in the very back of the theater. I wanted to sit closer to the front for a good view, but since Ryan had driven us, the choice was his. Rather than a good view, we were left with virtually no view at all, but for some reason, Adam and I were the only ones who seemed bothered by this. There were no previews before the midnight feature, so much of the audience would slide in close to showtime. Just a few minutes before the movie started, a group of attractive girls walked into the steadily filled theater. Whatever conversation my friends and I were having stalled and quickly died away as we watched them make their way to the seats they had chosen. Chris and the other two in our party made unsavory comments while I sat silently and watched the girls continue on with their path. Each of the girls was attractive in their own way, but whatever beauty the other girl might have had, it was eclipsed by the girl with the dirty blonde hair, even though I had only caught a glimpse of her profile. As she turned to move her seat, I caught a full view of her face, and it gave me a feeling of butterflies in my stomach. It was Veronica. I hadn't seen her in a long time. Josh and I saw progressively less of one another after we snuck out of my old house that night when we were 10, and usually when I would visit him, he'd be out with friends, or she'd be out with friends. But here she was. Of all the places she could have been, she was sitting right in front of me at the worst movie theater in the city. I couldn't stop looking at her. While everyone stared at the screen, I stared at Veronica, only looking away when the feeling that I was being a creep overcame me. But that feeling would quickly subside, and my eyes would return to her. She really was beautiful, just like I'd always thought just like I thought she'd always be when I was a kid. When the credits started to roll, my friends got up and left the room. There was only one exit, and I didn't want to be trapped waiting for the crowd to clear. I lingered in hopes of catching Veronica's attention, though I had no idea what I should say. As she and her friends walked by, I took a chance. "Hey, Veronica!" She turned towards me, looking a little startled. "Yeah?" I got out of my seat and stepped a little into the light that was coming in through the open door. "It's me, Josh's old friend from way back. How you been?" Her mind seemed to search for the right frame of reference until finally it clicked. "Oh my God, hey! It's been so long!" She motioned to her friends that she'd be out in a second. "Yeah, a few years at least. Not since the last time I stayed over with Josh. How's he doing anyway?" "Oh, that's right. I remember all you guys' names. You still play Ninja Turtles with your friends?" She laughed a little and I blushed. "No, I'm not a kid. These every time." What did she say? Did she really think I'm cute? Does she really mean I'm funny? Does she think I'm attractive? I was reeling from what she'd said when I suddenly realized that she'd asked me a question. My mind grasped for what it was. "Yeah," I said much too loudly. "Yeah, I try to anyway. What about you?" "I come every now and then. My boyfriend didn't like these movies, so we just broke up. So I plan on coming more often." I felt my heart flutter a bit, and I tried to be casual, but I failed. "Oh, well, that's cool. Not that you guys broke up. I just mean that you'd be able to come more often." She laughed again. I tried to recover. "So are you coming the week after next? They're supposed to be showing Day of the Dead." She looked a little hesitant, so I pressed further and pretended to be charming. "I think we've got to know each other pretty well in the last few minutes. I'm pretty positive you'd like the movie. Especially if you went to the Saturday showing." She chuckled. Well, in that case, I'll be there. I wanted so badly to know if she was coming because I had asked her, or if she had already intended to attend, but I convinced myself that it didn't matter. She would be there either way. I was about to suggest that maybe we could sit together when she quickly closed the space between us and hugged me. It was really good to see you, she said with her arms around me. I was trying to think of what to say when I realized that my biggest problem was that I had forgotten how to talk. Luckily, Chris, who I could hear approaching from the hallway, came in and spoke for me while Veronica incapacitated me with her embrace. Dude, you know the movie's over, right? Let's get the fuck out of... Oh, baby! Veronica let go and said that she'd see me next time. She was played out of the room by the porn music Chris was making with his mouth. I was furious, but it dissipated as soon as I heard Veronica laughing in the lobby. On the ride home, Adam asked me how I knew the girl. I explained that he was my best friend's sister, and this caused an immediate uproar. Chris might have remembered Josh, but their reaction made me glad that I hadn't mentioned who my friend was, since that would have only served to intensify Chris's gibing disapproval. I attempted to defend myself by saying that we weren't really good friends anymore since we hardly ever spoke, but as soon as I said this, I felt terrible. There was a lull in the conversation. I think they understood that it had gone in a bad direction for me. Chris attempted to fix this by leaning over the center console of the car and making kissing sounds at Ryan. The tension broke, and my feelings of guilt began to evaporate as my thoughts returned to Veronica. I spent the next week and a half in impatient anticipation for what I was planning on considering my first date, even though it probably wouldn't be a date at all. I thought about what I would say, whether I would try to sit next to her, and what might happen if we somehow wound up alone together without our respective groups of friends. I even thought about what I would wear, which was not something I ever really put much consideration into. Day of the Dead couldn't come soon enough. Just a few days before the movie, however, the whole plan began to unravel. Ryan told me that he and his family were going out of town, so he wouldn't be able to drive us. Neither Chris nor Adam had cars. So as a last resort, I asked my mom if she could take me. I felt nervous as I walked into the living room to ask her because she seemed to strongly prefer that I go out with a group of friends if I was going out at all. However, I think the real reason I was nervous was that this would leave me without any kind of buffer between Veronica and myself. No buffer except for the one offered by her friends, but that provided no comfort to me. Talking to one girl made me nervous enough. When I asked my mother, she responded by telling me that she would think about it, but I persisted, and she noticed the desperation in my voice. She asked why I wanted to go so badly since I had seen the movie before, and I hesitated before saying that I was hoping to see a girl there. She smiled and asked playfully if she knew the girl. Remembering the reactions of my friends the night I had run into Veronica, I was tempted to lie, but I thought my mom might not think it was such a big deal. I reluctantly told her that it was Veronica. The smile disappeared from her face, and she coldly said, "No." When I asked her what the problem was, she told me that I should keep nagging her if my goal was to stay home all weekend, so I backed down. What's wrong with Veronica? Having reached an impasse, I decided that I would call Veronica and see if she could pick me up. If she said no, then at least my curiosity regarding whether she was only going to the theater because I asked her to would be satisfied. There was still the matter of her actually picking me up at my house and how my mom would react to that, but I'd worry about that problem when it actually was a problem. I had no idea if Veronica still lived at home, but I figured it was worth a try. When I picked up the phone and dialed the first number, I realized that Josh might answer. I hadn't talked to him in almost 3 years, and if he answered, I obviously couldn't talk to his sister. I felt guilty for calling to speak to Veronica and not Josh, and I felt even worse because up until that moment, that phone number had always been Josh's number, but I hadn't even thought about him as I started dialing. I tried to think of the last time I had talked to Josh. For a moment, I thought that it was just a few months after my 12th birthday, but I realized I hadn't actually spoke to him then. I remembered that his parents had called and spoken with my mother, and she told me that they were updating their address book and just wanted to confirm that we had the same number. I asked my mom if Josh had asked to speak with me, and my mom looked sad and said that he hadn't. As I clutched the phone and held my thumb over the buttons, the resentment started to build in me as a way to suffocate the guilt. Josh hadn't called me in years either, even if he insisted that he would. There was no reason to feel bad about any of this. I dialed the rest of the number that was still embedded into my muscle memory from having dialed it so often when we were children. After several rings, someone finally picked up, and when I heard the clicks of the connecting call, I felt my heart rate accelerate. It wasn't Josh. I felt a mixture of both relief and disappointment. I realized in that second, I really missed Josh. After this weekend, I would call him, but this was my only chance to see if Veronica could and would take me, so I asked for her. The person told me I had dialed the wrong number. I asked who I was speaking with, and she told me her name was Claire. I repeated the number, and she confirmed. Claire said they must have changed their number, and I agreed. I apologized for the disturbance and hung up, and as soon as the phone was back on the receiver, I became intensely sad because now I couldn't contact Josh even if I wanted to. I felt terrible for having been afraid that he might answer the phone. He had been my very best friend. Time and distance can wreak havoc on a friendship if you let it, and we had both been complicit in the atrophying of our relationship. I felt selfish for attempting to force the blame onto Josh just to justify my desire to see his sister. I realized that the only way I could be put back in touch with him would be through Veronica. So now, not that I needed one, I had another reason to see her. I told my mom the Friday before the movie that I was no longer concerned with going, but I was hoping she could drop me off at Chris's house the next day. She had met Chris several times and was fond of him, and since she no longer had had to contend with my request to go to the movies, she relented and dropped me off the following day, just a couple of hours before the movie. Chris didn't know about my plan until I arrived at his house that evening. After we ate dinner with his parents, we went back to his room, and I explained my intentions to him. Since Chris only lived about a half-mile away from the theater, my plan was just to walk there from his house. His family went to church early on Sundays, so his parents would go to sleep early that night. He pretended to be offended that I was using him as part of my scheme, but it was fairly clear that he didn't care. Drink break. Veronica's boyfriend free. She dumped Archie. Whew. Take her pets away. Wait, who? Good old Powerpuff Girls. The remake of Pet Sematary is awful. I talked about it. I have a video about it, but yeah, they had good scenes that they cut out of the movie, and it destroyed the pacing because of it. And they chose the stupidest fucking ending. Sorry. I get that movie. That movie really pissed me off. It was so bad. It was so bad, Zach. And it made me so mad because I really loved the original. Last movie, Ghost in the Shell 2. Oh, nice. There was huge earthquakes. She could fly. That's pretty fun. Was that in the book? I read the book in high school, I think it was. Abusing her cat on stream, like threw and fed it alcohol. I don't know who you guys are talking about. Oh, it's some stream. Oh, okay. I was about to say, that's something you would never catch me do. I would never abuse any of my pets. Electric hedgehog powers? You guys are so funny. Ah! Tiptoe, go home, you're drunk. Oh wait, you are home. The movie or the cookies? Ginger snaps was good. I like both those things. That's right, I wanted to talk about ginger snaps eventually. I'm only vaguely aware of Chris Chen's existence. Give me your keys, Tiptoe. It's not really something. I'm not one of those people that are really into like the internet lore people. Like I don't know. It's such a bizarre thing to me. I don't know. Okay. Initially, I was apprehensive about telling him that I didn't want him to come with me, but whether he was simply doing me a favor or was telling the truth, before I could even bring it up, he volunteered to stay behind since he had planned on chatting with a girl he met online. Chris reminded me that Veronica was a senior in high school and that I was guaranteed to make a fool of myself. He said that the walk back to his house would be even lonelier after she laughed in my face, and when I tried to kiss her, I told him not to electrocute himself when he tried to have sex with his computer. My God. I left his house at 11:15 that night. I tried to pace myself so I'd get there just a little bit before the movie. I was going by myself, so I didn't want to just loiter impatiently outside the building. On the way to the theater, I figured that if Veronica showed up at all, it would be too lucky for us to arrive at the same time, so I debated whether I should wait outside or just go in. If I went in first, she might not notice me when she entered the dark theater, but the same was true for me if I waited for her and she was already inside. It occurred to me that she would probably be with her friends again, and I needed to figure out how to insert myself into their group without being scoffed at for being too young. The grass on the side of the road where I walked was ankle high, and my shoes moved against it. I could feel the occasional mist of the water from that afternoon's rain curling up and colliding with my dangling hands. The sky had cleared itself of clouds in the evening, but the cool air still lingered, and this made the walk more pleasant, despite my insecurities and uncertainties. As I was grappling with the decision of tiptoe! That's it, tiptoe. You can't stay put. You're cut off for tonight. Here, you can hang out over here because you don't want to stay on my shoulder. Let's keep you pure like that. Yeah, it's ridiculous. I'm so sorry, Adam. Maybe I'll do that for like a Christmas thing. Woo! I need to get better, like, get ahead of making videos. And now you take my keys. Just in case, like, something like what happened this week happens again, I'll be ahead of the game. Let's see here. As I was grappling with the decision of whether to wait for Veronica or go into the theater once I got there, I noticed that the steady stream of streaking car lights that had been overtaking me had been replaced by a single constant spotlight that refused to pass. The road wasn't illuminated by streetlights, which was why I had been walking in the tall grass to begin with. I was already about 2 feet away from the road, but thought that it might not be far enough for a nervous motorist. I stepped a little more to my right and craned my neck over my left shoulder, ready to flag the person to pass, and I heard the squeaking of old brakes as I adjusted my posture. The car had stopped about 15 feet behind me. That's terrifying. I stopped walking and turned around to face the car. All I could see were the violently bright headlights that were cutting through the otherwise dark surroundings. I thought that it might be one of Chris's parents. Maybe they had come to check in on us and seen that I was gone. It wouldn't have taken much pressing for Chris to confess. In fact, he might have done it gladly, since it would be even more humorous to him if my big date had been intercepted by his mom. I took one step towards the car, and it broke its pause and started driving towards me at a slow pace. As it passed me, I saw that it wasn't Chris's parents' car, or any car that I recognized for that matter. I tried to see the driver, but it was too dark to see inside the car at all, and since my pupils had shrunk when faced with the blinding headlights just moments before, they adjusted enough so I could see a tremendous crack in the back window of the car as it drove away. Asshole, I muttered. After a few more minutes of walking, I laughed a little now that the urgency of the situation had passed. I could see myself doing something like that to a pedestrian. Sometimes it's fun to scare other people. I'd often hide around corners and jump out at my mom after all. Yeah, but that's different. You're doing that to somebody who knows you, not to a complete stranger. Good night, Zach. I'm happy you came by. Thank you. Tiptoe is plotting their revenge. Tiptoe's just gonna disappear when none of us are looking. It's like those monsters that can't move unless you're not looking at it. Like, what is it? The Weeping Angels from the... Doctor Who. There it is. I timed the walk correctly and got there about 10 minutes before the movie started. There wasn't a line, so I approached the ticket seller and bought a pass for myself. He was overweight and sweating so profusely that beads of perspiration were sliding off the top of his hairless scalp and down the stringy ponytail he had fashioned with the hair that still grew on the back of his head. When he handed me my ticket, it was damp. Jeez. Is there no AC in that tiny little booth? Jesus. After about a minute, I went back to the counter, slid another $1 through the slot, and bought a ticket for Veronica. As the employee handed me my half of the cheap raffle tickets they used as stubs, he snorted and said that I must really like this movie to see it twice in one weekend and buy extra tickets. I walked away even more surprised that the Dirt Theater was still in business with him handling the cash and counting it. I had decided to wait outside until around 11:57 since that would give me time to find Veronica inside if she was already seated. As I was reconsidering the possibility that she might not show, I saw her. She was beautiful, and she was alone. I waved to her and walked to close the distance. She smiled, and I asked if my friends were already inside. I said that they weren't coming and realized that must have seemed like I was trying to make this a date. I felt my palms start to sweat inside my pockets as I rubbed the already damp tickets between my fingers and debated whether or not I should just let her buy her own now. Despite the fact that I had come alone, she didn't seem bothered, nor was she bothered when I pressed my luck further and handed her the ticket I had already bought for her. When she looked at me quizzically and said, I said, "Don't worry, I'm rich." She laughed and we went inside. I bought us 1 popcorn and 2 drinks and spent most of the movie debating whether or not I should time reaching my hand into the popcorn bag when she did so that our hands might touch. Having seen the movie already last year, I didn't pay much attention to it. Instead, I donated it to Veronica in the form of sidelong looks and occasional comments. For the past 2 weeks, I had played out cliché scenarios in my mind where she would get scared and cling to me. That didn't happen, but I thought that probably was never going to happen anyway. Aside from one unfortunate interruption where I had to run out of the theater to find somewhere that would hopefully sound like Chris's house to take a call from my mom, there was no awkward moments during the movie. Veronica seemed to enjoy the film, and before I knew it, it was over. We didn't linger in the theater, and because this was a midnight showing and the theater was closing, we couldn't loiter in the lobby, so we walked outside. The parking lot of the theater was big because it connected with a mall that had gone out of business years before. We stood and talked for a really long time as the rest of the audience drove away from the theater. Not wanting the night to be over just yet, I continued the conversation while casually walking towards the old mall, away from where I thought Veronica had parked. Since she wasn't scared during the movie, I thought to tell her a story I'd heard about this mall. As I began the tale, I looked back and saw that her car wasn't the only one left in the parking lot. The other one had a large crack in the back window. I stood and stared at it, puzzled and unnerved. "So there was a robbery?" Veronica said in an attempt to put me back on the story. "Right," I continued. I tried to put the car out of my mind as we resumed our walk and left the theater out of sight. Well, kind of. So this mall closed like 5 years ago, but way back this was a place where everyone could just hang out and shop. As opposed to all the other awesome places in this town, she interjected sarcastically. Damn right. Anyway, everyone thinks that this place just went out of business, but that's not true. What happened was at some point the manager, or whoever, noticed that a lot of food inventory was going missing. And I don't mean like candy bars. I'm talking whole freezers full of food. So he put all these security cameras everywhere, to try to catch who was taking it. But the camera never showed anything. They'd be on all night, pointed at the freezers, but in the morning, they'd open them, and all the food would be gone. And there'd be this huge mess. Spooky, she gibed. Just hang on. So the owner guy hires these 2 security guards to stay overnight and keep an eye out. The first couple of nights are no problem, right? No food is missing and everything's cool. But then one night, the guards hear this huge crash coming from across the empty mall, so he runs over to see what's going on, and then he hears these screams. The smile was disappearing from Veronica's face. It's his partner, but he can't tell where the screams are coming from exactly. On the video, it's just him running back and forth, and he's shouting something, but the cameras don't have sound, so no one knows what he's saying. How do you know all of this then? Just a second. So eventually, the guard runs up to one of the freezers, the one behind the Chinese food place. Well, he opens it up, He takes a look inside and backs away and then just runs out of the mall. He didn't even lock the doors. The owner comes back in the morning and finds his mall unlocked with no sign of the security guards. He checks the tape and doesn't understand what happened, but he sees who left the doors unlocked. After he checks the freezer and sees the mess and the missing food, he calls the police and sends them after the guard who ran out. They find him at his house, just locked in his room, shaking. They ask him what happened, but the guy won't talk. They ask him about the food, but the guy just keeps shaking. Finally, they take him to the station in the morning for more questioning. The police have a theory that these two guys were involved somehow, so they start really interrogating the guy, but he just won't talk. Where's your partner? They'd ask him. What happened to your partner? Why did he take the food? Where did he take the food? But the guy won't crack. Finally, they start threatening him with jail time, and he just breaks down. He said he saw his partner being pulled through the big drain on the floor of the freezer. The police are like, pulled? Pulled by what? And the guy just starts crying and screams, "A monster!" They do an investigation but never find the partner. But when they open the grate of the floor of the freezer, they saw the pipe was gone, and it was just this big hole. The investigation shuts them all down for months, and the owner goes bankrupt. What about the guy, the security guard? Veronica asked, her voice trembling a little. He winds up in an insane asylum down south. He draws these pictures of the monster during free time, but they always look different. I started trying to guide us to one of the giant windows that stretched from the foundation to the roof of the mall. But here's the thing. They never found any monster. But they did find all kinds of boxes and big plastic wrappers in that hole under the freezer. And they found the missing guard's flashlight down there too. It was all smashed to pieces. We were right in front of the window. But the craziest part is that they just gave up. They just shut down the mall and locked it up forever. They say if you're really quiet and you look long enough, you can still see the monster walking around the mall now since no one's there to bother it. But what's weird is that everyone who's ever seen it, tells a different story of what it looks like. I pressed my hands in a C-cup against the window and peered through the dirty glass. Veronica followed my lead. We waited silently for almost a minute, our breath fogging against the window. Right as she was in the middle of saying that she didn't see anything, I kicked the window hard with my foot and the whole pane vibrated. Veronica shrieked briefly and tore away from the window, grabbing my arm as she moved back. "You jerk!" she yelled, with a smile growing on her lips. "What? You didn't see it?" I started laughing. I'm sorry. She playfully shoved me. I had heard that story so many times from Chris, but the window kick thing was my idea. Veronica seemed to like horror movies, so I was hoping that she would appreciate the story, and I was happy that she took the joke well. As the laughter and false hostility abated, my mind returned to the car with the cracked window. Suddenly, the uneasiness turned to understanding and amusement. That makes a lot of sense. The driver of that car works here and must have figured I was on my way to the movie, I thought. Injecting real horror into the life of a horror fan seemed like an obvious move. That was exactly what I'd just done. With things more relaxed, we continued walking around the mall and started talking about the movie we'd just seen. I told her that I thought Day of the Dead was better than Dawn of the Dead, but she refused to agree. Ooh, that's a tough one. Dawn of the Dead or Day of the Dead? I like both of them. I told her about when I called her old number and about my dilemma about who would answer the phone. She didn't find it as funny as I did, but she took my phone and put her number in it. She commented that it might be the worst cell phone she'd ever seen. Her evaluation wasn't rescinded when I told her I couldn't even receive pictures on it. "At least it plays really good music," I said. She looked at me quizzically, and handed my phone back to me. I shook the phone rhythmically, and some chip of plastic or stray metal screw that had come loose inside the phone casing began to rattle around inside the phone. I danced in a self-mocking fashion briefly, and then I tried to call her so she'd have my number, but I had no service. I power-cycled through the phone and took advantage of the high connection I always had when it first turned on. The call went through and I watched her cancel it. "Hey, I was going to leave you a voicemail. I had an important message for you." She laughed. "Oh yeah? What is it?" "Well, maybe I don't remember anymore. Should just let it go to voicemail." I messed up the settings on this thing. It never goes to voicemail. It just rings forever. "Yeah, your phone really sucks," I said, as I shook mine like a maraca. We both laughed. I watched as she saved my number. We walked on. She told me that she was graduating, but she hadn't done well in school for the past couple of years, so she wasn't sure if she would even get into college. She said that she would have gone to the magnet program I was in, since she might be in a better spot now if she had. I told her to attach a picture of herself to the college application, and they'd pay her to go there just so they could look at her. She didn't laugh at that one, and I thought she might be offended. She might have thought I was implying that she couldn't get in based on her intelligence. I nervously glanced at her, and she was just smiling. And even in that poor light, I could see that she was blushing. I wanted to hold her hand, but I didn't. Aww, it's a puppy love. As we walked down the final side of the mall, back towards the theater, I asked her about Josh. I had asked about him when I saw her in the theater with her friends weeks before, but she had simply brushed it aside, and I let her because I would have talked to her about anything. This time when I asked, she told me that she didn't want to talk about it. I asked her if he was at least doing okay, and she just said, "I don't know." I figured Josh must have taken a wrong turn somewhere and started getting into trouble. I felt bad. I felt guilty. As we approached the parking lot, I noticed that the car with the cracked back window was gone, and that her car was now the only one in the parking lot. I had no idea how long it took to clean up that theater before it closed, but as consistently dirty as that place was, I wasn't surprised that the employees had already left. Veronica asked me if I needed her to drive me back to Chris's house, and even though I really didn't need her to, I wanted her to, so I lied and said that it was a long walk and that I'd appreciate it. I had finished my soda during the movie. Ooh. No. And all the walking was putting pressure on my bladder. I knew that I could wait until I got back to Chris's, but I had to decide that I was going to try to kiss her when she dropped me off, and I didn't want this biological nagging to rush me out of the car. This would be my first kiss. I struggled, but I could think of no ruse to conceal what I needed to do. The theater had closed, so I only had one option. I told her that I was going to go behind the theater to piss, but I'd be back in 2 shakes. It was obvious that I thought it was hilarious, but she seemed to laugh more at how funny I found it than actually how funny it was. On the way towards the theater, I stopped and turned towards her. I told her that I had a weird question, and her interest piqued. I asked her if Josh had ever told her that some kid named Alex had done something nice for me. She paused to think for a moment and said that he had. She inquired as to why I asked, but I said it was nothing. Josh really was a good friend. When I went to go behind the theater, I realized that there was a chain-like fence extending off and running parallel to the walls of the building. She could still see me where I was standing, and the fence seemed to stretch on endlessly, so I thought I'd just hop it, duck out of sight, and return as quickly as I could. It may have been too much of an effort, but I thought it was polite. I climbed the fence and walked just a little ways until I was out of sight. I heard Veronica yell for me to not stand at any grates, or the mall monster might get me. For a moment, the only sounds were the crickets in the grass behind me and a collusion of liquid and cement. Before too long, however, these sounds were overpowered by a noise I can still hear when it is quiet, and there's no other noises to distract my ears. In the distance, I heard a faint but distinct screeching, which quickly subsided, only to be replaced with a cascade of thundering vibrations. I realized quickly enough what it was. It was a car. It was the growling engine. The growling of the engine got louder, and then I thought, no, not louder, closer. The rumbling intensified. It was growling louder still. I started back towards the fence with haste, but before I could get very far at all, I heard a brief scream, and the roar of the engine terminated in a deafening thud. I started running, only after 2 or 3 steps, I was tripped by a loose piece of stone, and I fell hard and fast onto the concrete, my head striking the corner of a bench as I fell. I was dazed for maybe 30 seconds, but the renewed rumbling of the engine drew my senses back, and my equilibrium was restored by my adrenaline. I redoubled my efforts. I was worried that whoever had crashed the car might harass Veronica. Briefly but forcefully, it occurred to me that we would have to call the police. My mom would be contacted because I was a minor. That wasn't how I wanted this night to end. As I was climbing over the fence, I saw that there was still only her car in the parking lot. I didn't see any evidence of a crash. I thought that might have misjudged its direction or proximity, but I swore I could smell the faint and fleeting aroma of burned rubber or possibly machine smoke, and this was corroborated by a metallic taste that clung to my tongue. Each of my senses was telling me that something had happened, but my eyes defiantly returned to ordinary images. As I ran towards Veronica's yellow car, I had to change my orientation to move around it. Finally, and terribly, my eyes joined my other alerted senses. I saw what the car had hit, and my legs stopped working almost completely. It was Veronica. Her car was sitting between us, and as I closed the distance and walked around it, she came into full view. Veronica's body lay twisted and crumpled in the back asphalt of the parking lot, her limbs so unnaturally contorted that she actually looked like a child's discarded wooden art doll that now showcased a catalog of things the human body cannot do. As I looked at her, I actually found it hard to discern whether she was lying on her back or her stomach, and my vision warped the space around her in an attempt to see a human figure again. This optical illusion made me feel sick with dizziness to the point that I had to close my eyes for a moment for fear of vomiting. "Veronica?" I pled with limp, vibrationless vocal cords, the sound nothing more than a broken whisper of a ghost. The bone of her right shin had cut savagely through her jeans and stood erect atop a foundation of blood-stained denim. Her other leg bent to the other side twice, as if she had a second joint in her femur. I traced her figure and saw that her left arm had been dislocated at the shoulder and was wrapped so hard and forcefully around the back of her neck that her hand fell over her right breast with her fingertips nearly touching her navel. I stepped a little closer and knelt down, gravity doing the lion's share of the work as my legs trembled. Her head was craned back and her mouth hung widely open towards the sky, and as I looked into her half-lidded eyes, they stared absently back into mine, as lifeless and cold as a shark's. Blood was pooling around my shoes now. There was so much of it. When you are confronted with something in the world that simply doesn't belong, your mind tries to convince itself that it's dreaming, and to that end, it provides you with that distinct sense of all things moving slowly, as if through sap. In that moment, I honestly felt that I would wake up at any minute, but I didn't wake up. I fumbled with my phone to call for help, but I had no signal. I was depressing the power button in hopes that the signal would return when the phone was turned back on. When the phone was turned back on, when I saw Veronica's phone sticking out of what I thought was her front right pocket, I had no choice. Trembling, I reached for her phone and took hold of it. As I slid it out, she moved and gasped so violently for air that it seemed as if she was trying to breathe in the whole world. This startled me so much that I staggered back and fell onto the asphalt with her phone in my hand. She was trying to adjust her body to get it in a natural position, but with every spasm and jerk of her body, I could hear the cracking and grinding of her bones. Without thinking, I scrambled over to her and put my face over hers and pleaded, Veronica, don't move. Don't move, okay? Just stay still. Don't move, Veronica. Please, just don't move." I kept saying it, but the words started to fall apart as tears came streaming down my face. I opened her phone. It still worked. It was still on the screen where she had saved my number, and when I saw that, I felt my heart break a little. I called 911 and waited with her, telling her that she would be okay, and the feeling of guilt for lying to her every time I said it. When the sound of sirens tore through the air, she seemed to become more alert. She had remained conscious since first coming to, but now more of the light was coming back into her eyes. She was breathing steadily, but it was a gurgling, labored breathing. Her brain was still protecting her from pain, though it looked as if it was finally allowing her to become aware that something was terribly wrong with her. Her eyes rolled over to mine and her lips moved. She was struggling, but I heard her. My picture, he took it. I didn't understand what she meant, and I said the only thing I could. I'm so sorry, Veronica. I rode with her in the ambulance where she finally and mercifully lost consciousness. The paramedics asked me several times what happened, but I could only mumble the word car. I was staring so vacantly that one of the paramedics shined a light in my eyes in an attempt to determine if I had been injured as well. When he returned his attention to Veronica, I felt guilty that he had even had to waste his time on me. When we arrived at the hospital, the nurses wheeled Veronica through the set of double doors. As the paramedics rushed by me, one of them put Veronica's purse in my lap. I fidgeted with the leather strap and sat anxiously yet absently in the waiting room. The blank stare had returned to my eyes as my mind swarmed in every direction with no guidance or trajectory. The shouts, coughs, cries, and talking of the emergency room waiting area became a dull buzzing in my ear as I went completely numb to all things but one. A phone was vibrating in my pocket. My pulse quickened and my throat dried as I reached my hand into my pant pocket to fish out the phone. My mother was trying to check in on me again. I had no idea how I was going to explain this to her. I wasn't worried about getting into trouble. Those consequences seemed so remote and insignificant to everything now. But what combination of words could I possibly cobble together to explain all of this? Between vibrations, I clasped my hand around my phone and pulled it out. It was off. For just a moment, I thought the call had simply stopped, or perhaps my phone had died just then somehow. But this moment of confusion ended as soon as the vibrations began again, still in my pocket. I still had Veronica's phone, and someone was calling it. I felt my eyes begin to water, and I reached into my pocket to retrieve Veronica's phone. I looked at the screen and could see that her dad was calling her. I needed to answer it. I needed to tell him what happened. Veronica's mom was a nurse. Maybe she could help. I needed to let someone know what was going on. But every time I tried to imagine even a fragment of what I might say, my thoughts would splinter into pieces too small to reassemble. I kept hoping the phone would just stop ringing. That the insistence that I had to answer it would be over. But I knew from what Veronica had told me earlier that as long as her dad kept his phone to his ear, her phone would never stop ringing. With a burning in my chest, I moved my thumb over the phone and pressed ignore. Relief, guilt, and shame boiled within me, and I collapsed my head onto my knees and cried. Collecting myself, I went to the counter to see if there was any information on Veronica's condition, but not enough time had passed for there to be any news that would be good news. Before leaving the counter, I asked if I could make a call. I dialed my mom's number into the hospital phone. Looking at the clock at the wall, I saw that it was about 4 a.m. I held my breath as the line sought a connection. She answered. I told her that I was fine, but that Veronica was not. She cursed at me and said she'd be right there, but I told her I wasn't leaving until Veronica was out of surgery. She said she'd come anyway. The police entered the hospital just a little after I hung up the phone with my mother. They didn't have many questions for me, and the ones they did have weren't met with very helpful answers. I hadn't seen the driver. I didn't get the license plate. I could only tell them that I thought that it was a brown car, but I couldn't even tell them how many doors were on it. As the police officers were walking away, I yelled to them, and they walked back over to where I was sitting. I told them that the car I was talking about had a big crack in the back window. Sensing how impotent I was feeling, one of the officers said that would be a huge help. Don't worry, we'll find him. Alright, let's see how you guys are doing. I take a pause after Veronica got ragdolled across the theater parking lot. Guys talking about Dawn of the Dead, Mountain Dew. Never was a fan of Mountain Dew or any of the other flavors. Being in a small town. Hello, Silly Palm. I'm sorry I missed you coming in. Sorry, I was fell asleep in the break room. Aw. You stuck working? Rooster Booster? Never heard of it. Everybody, you guys are just talking about drinking different things. I've never seen Rooster Booster. Might not be available in Canada. I've never heard of it. What the heck did Betty say to Veronica? She got jealous, man. She's like, alright, I'm gonna get Archie one way or another. You guys are, well, it's nothing wrong with getting weird. You guys do get kind of weird. But yeah, I've never heard of Rooster Booster energy drink. Oh, it's so cute. I love the little ghost. I think the little ghost is my favorite. I'm surprised there aren't more little things in the corner there. All right, moving on. This is really fascinating, actually. My God. My mom and I didn't speak that much when she got to the hospital. After verifying that I was unharmed, her relief transitioned into anger. I told her I was sorry for lying, and she said that we'd talk about it later. For the majority of the time that we sat together in the waiting room, there was silence between us. There didn't seem to be anything to say. I think that we had talked more in that room. I think had we talked more in that room, if I had just told her about boxes or the night with the raft, if she had just told me more of what she knew, I think things would have changed. But I didn't know that any of those things mattered. They were just distant memories of strange adventures to me. So we sat there in silence, and she looked at me while I looked at the floor. She told me that she loved me, and that I could call her whenever I wanted her to come get me. As my mom was leaving, Veronica's parents rushed in with wide eyes of people who are attempting to see what is important in a room as quickly as possible. My mom must have called them after I'd spoken with her. Veronica's dad and my mom exchanged a few words that appeared to be quite serious, while Veronica's mother talked to the person at the desk. Her mother was a nurse, but didn't work at this hospital. I'm sure that she had tried to get Veronica transferred, but her condition was prohibitive. While all these conversations were taking place, I slipped Veronica's phone back into her purse and hid the evidence of the conversation that I was too much of a coward to have. The police talked to each of us, including me, for a second time. I told them what happened again. They made some more notes, and then they left. Veronica came out of surgery several hours later with a thick, white casting cover 90% of her body. Her right arm was free, but the rest of her was cocooned in plaster. Her parents and I walked to Veronica's room. They never asked me for her purse, so I just set it on the table to the right of her bed. She was still under anesthetic, but I remembered how I felt when I had my cast before kindergarten. I asked a nurse for a marker, but I couldn't think of anything to write. I slept in a chair in the corner and went home the next day. Aww. I came back every afternoon for several days. At some point, they had moved other patients into her room and set up a screen around both beds to act as a partition. The divider was always closed, so I could never tell if the person in the adjacent bed was sleeping. However, I once caught a glimpse and saw that in addition to a cast on his left wrist, the occupant's face was completely covered in bandages. So I decided to always speak in hushed tones just in case. Veronica didn't seem to be feeling better, but she had more moments of lucidity. But even during those periods, she wouldn't really talk. Her jaw had been broken by the car, so the doctors had wired it shut. I sat with her for a while, but there was nothing much I could say. I got up, walked over to her, and kissed her on the forehead. As I turned to leave the room, she whispered through clenched teeth, "Josh." This surprised me a little bit, but I looked at her and said, "Has he not come to see you?" "No." I grew infuriated. Even if Josh had gone down the wrong path at some point, he should still come see his sister, I thought. I was about to express this when she said, "No, Josh, he ran away. I should have told you." I felt my blood turn to ice. When? When did this happen? 2 years ago. A little after his 13th birthday. How? Why do you think he ran away? The note on his pillow. She started crying and I followed her, and I think we were crying for different reasons, but even if I didn't fully realize it, there was still so much that I didn't remember, so many connections I hadn't yet made, but I remembered the letter, even if I didn't know what it had truly meant. I told her that I had to go, but that she could text me anytime. I pulled the phone out of her purse and set it on the table right next to her free hand. I asked her if she was going to be okay alone, and she told me that her mom was coming in a little later, so she would be fine. I got a text message from her the next day, and I hesitated before opening it. When I read it, I wish I had hesitated just a bit longer. It said, "Please don't come back here." It took me almost a full minute to simply type, "Why not?" in reply, because my flustered brain kept directing my fingers to the wrong keys. She said that she didn't want me to see her like that again, and I agreed begrudgingly, because it was only a temporary quarantine. We texted each other every day, though I kept this from my mom because I knew she didn't like me talking to Veronica. The events of the night at the Dirt Theater had caused an intense strain in the dynamic between my mother and me, and our interactions became abruptly cold and infrequent after I asked her why she hadn't told me that Josh had run away. She claimed she simply did not know, that she didn't talk to his parents anymore. In a way, I thought this made sense. If I had fallen out of touch with Josh, my best friend, then why should I expect our parents to stay in close contact? But the fact that she had called them before coming to the hospital meant that she had their new number, which was something I was never privy to, and this bothered me. Veronica's texts were generally fairly short, and mostly only in response to more lengthy texts that I would send her. I tried calling her only once. I was sure she was screening her calls, but hoped that I could at least hear her voice. She picked up, but didn't say anything. I could hear how labored her breathing was. I thought I might have heard her say my name, but it was too hard to tell. Eventually I had just hung up to stop myself from crying again. About a week after she told me not to come to see her anymore, she sent me a text that simply read, "I love you." I was filled with so many different emotions. No one from outside my family had ever said that to me before, and somehow reading those words, which came not as a compulsory and reflective expression that ends phone calls between family members, but from someone who really felt it, showed me why those words were so powerful. There were so many words that I wanted to say, but only a few that I felt needed to be said. I love you too. Over the next several weeks, the intensity grew. Veronica said that she wanted to be with me, and that she couldn't wait until she could see me again. She told me that she had been released from the hospital and was Whew. God damn it. I thought I was going to sneeze there. Ugh. Whew. Okay. She had been released from the hospital and was recovering at her house, but every time I asked to come see her, she would just say, "soon." In the back of my mind, a nagging guilt tore up my jubilation. I realized that her feelings for me were most likely artificial symptoms of her injuries. Maybe she only felt close to me because she had been almost taken away from everything. Each time I received a message from her, however, these concerns evaporated in the heat of my happiness, and I would insist again that she let me see her. Finally, the following week, she said that she had thought she might be able to make it to the next midnight movie. I couldn't believe it. I suggested that we meet somewhere that would be less strenuous, but she insisted that she would try. She said that she wanted to redo our date, and I admired her strength and optimism for that. I got a text from her the afternoon of the movie saying, see you tonight. Chris's parents had found out about everything that had happened and said I wasn't welcome at their house anymore, so I got Ryan to drive me. My mother tried to stop me, but I was bigger than her now, so I simply walked out of the house and got into Ryan's car. I explained to him that Veronica might be in bad shape, but that I really cared about her, so he should give us some space. He accepted that, and we headed to the theater. Veronica didn't show. I had saved a seat for her next to me near the exit so she could get in and out easily, but 15 minutes into Akira, a man slid into the chair. I whispered, "Excuse me, this seat is taken," but he didn't respond at all. He just stared ahead at the screen. I remember wanting to move because there was something wrong with the way he was breathing, but I forfeited after a while because I realized that Veronica wasn't coming, so it really didn't matter where I sat or who sat next to me. I texted her the next day and asked if she was all right. I inquired as to why she didn't show the previous night, but she didn't respond. Despite my attempts to restrain myself and be patient, I messaged her repeatedly, pleading with her to at least tell me how she was feeling. She responded with what would turn out to be the last message I would receive from her. She simply said, "See you again. Soon." She was delirious, and I was worried about her. I sent her several replies reminding her about the movie and saying it was no big deal, but she just stopped replying. I grew increasingly upset over the next several days. I couldn't reach her at her home because I didn't know that number, and I wasn't even sure where they lived. However, I knew that my mom knew at least one of these things. With no other options, I turned to my mother. I told her that I knew that she must know Veronica's parents' phone number, since I suspected that she had called them the night of the accident. I told her that I needed that number. She asked why, and when I told her that I hadn't heard from Veronica in days, I felt of what little warmth was left in her disposition dissipate. What do you mean? I don't want to get into an argument with you over this, but she was supposed to meet me at the movies yesterday. I know it hasn't been much time since she got hit, but she said she would try to come, and after that she just stopped talking to me altogether. She must hate me. If we wouldn't have gone to that movie, then she would still be okay right now. I don't know what to do now. I just want to tell her I'm sorry. That I'm sorry for everything. She looked confused. I could only read on her face what she was trying to tell if my mind had simply broken. There was an intense compassion in her eyes that lingered for as long as she thought that my hold on reality had slipped. When she saw that it hadn't, this compassion dissolved into defeated tears, and she pulled me towards her to embrace me. She was beginning to sob, but it seemed too intense of a reaction to my problem, and I had no reason to think that she particularly cared for Veronica. Quite the opposite seemed true. She drew in a shuddering breath, and then said something that still makes me nauseous even now. Veronica's dead, sweetheart. Oh God, I thought you knew. There was a long pause. What happened to Veronica? She's dead, sweetie. She died on the last day you visited her. Oh, honey, she died weeks ago. She had completely broken down, but I knew it wasn't because of Veronica. I staggered backwards. This wasn't possible. I had just exchanged messages with her yesterday. I could only think to ask one question, and it was probably the most trivial one I could ask. Then why is her phone still on? She continued sobbing. She didn't answer. I exploded. Why did it take them so long to shut off her goddamn phone? Her crying broke enough to mutter, "The pictures." My mother told me that Veronica's parents had thought that her phone had been lost in the accident, despite the fact that I had put it in her purse the night she was brought to the hospital. When they retrieved her belongings, the phone was not among them, but they didn't deactivate the line. I asked my mom why they had failed to close her account, but she said she didn't know. But I think I know. I think they just couldn't bear to do even one more thing that forced them to admit that she was gone. They probably would have kept that line active forever, but they received a call from their service provider informing them that a massive impending charge for hundreds of pictures that had been sent from her phone. Pictures that were all sent to my phone. Pictures I never got because my phone couldn't receive them. They learned that they were all sent after the night Veronica died. They deactivated the phone immediately. I tried not to think about the contents of those pictures, but I remember wondering for some reason that I couldn't place whether I would have been in any of them. My mouth went dry, and I felt a painful sting of despair as I thought of the last message I received from her phone. See you again. Soon. Ooh. Holy cow. That was... Jesus, it's like every single chapter somebody gets murdered horribly. That was a good one, though. That was a nice twist at the end. I enjoyed that. Yes, 3 is the one that's unrelated to the rest of the Halloween series. The Cult of Thorns. Oh, yeah. I remember that. Rest in spaghetti. I mean, god damn. That was a rough one. Sorry, I can hear my my dove cooing. I don't know if this is like a normal thing, but he's still kind of a baby, so he'll coo, and I wonder if it's like the equivalent of like when a baby sucks their thumb to kind of like soothe them to sleep. So I hear him random nights of the day, or random times at night just cooing. Murder? In a horror book? Unheard of. Murder bird. The cat is still the worst casualty. Hey, we don't even know what happened to Boxes. I mean, we can guess probably what happened to him, but it was a little more obvious what happened to poor Veronica. All right. Hold on, let me back out of here and see how many... So we're on chapter Friends. Oh, we're almost done. Friends is the last chapter, it looks like. Ooh, it's been really interesting so far. I like this story. Yeah, and it only gets more tragic. Oh, great. Flipping for... He's going to turn out to be the murderer all along. I swear to God, if it turns out that he's just crazy and he's been doing all this shit on him, I'm going to be so mad. I was like, that doesn't even make any sense. All right. Final chapter, I suppose it's supposed... I guess that's what this is supposed to be. It says closing, but I think that might be closing, the writer closing. All right. We are 85% done with the book. No, I meant the cat. Oh. Baby Pidge, yeah. On the first day of kindergarten, my mother had elected to drive me to school. We were both nervous, and she wanted to be there with me all the way up to the moment I walked into class. It took me a bit longer to get ready in the morning due to my still mending arm. The cast came up a couple of inches past my elbow, which meant that I had to cover the entire arm with a specially designed latex bag when I showered. The bag was built to pull tight around the opening in order to seal any water that might otherwise destroy the cast. Since I still had to use my dominant... I'm actually, side note, I'm kind of surprised we don't have casts nowadays. Or maybe we do. I haven't broken a bone ever, so I don't know if there's like casts where you can get them wet now, or if they're still like the same sentient spaghetti. This chapter will make you feel empty and sad as shit. God damn it, really? Oh, okay, so, hold on. Let me readjust a little bit before I get back into apparently the saddest chapter in the world. Hey, I didn't tell you to turn off. Get back on there. Sorry, one of the things that went out. Sorry, I'm just rearranging some stuff because things got moved around because I knocked the stuff earlier. Okay. And then, alright. So back. Oh, I should probably double check to see how you guys are doing. Oh, the cat box is going to turn out to be the murderer the whole time? I'll go break my arm and let you know about the cast. I think they do have waterproof ones now, but it's probably... Oh, yeah, that's true. Get the tiny violins. I knew somebody who broke their femur twice. The same femur. I'm surprised he can still walk. He would snowboard, or he snowboarded, and that's how he broke it both times. I'm like, dude, I would have stopped after the first time, and definitely after the second time, but he still does it. Still does it. So, I mean, good for him, but no, not me. Like, hell. I cut my finger on something, like, small, like, oh, I'm gonna make little clay figures. Oh, I cut my finger, I'm not doing this anymore. Nope. I thought I was the murderer the whole time. How long have I been... Hold on, let me check. Before I get back into it, I'm gonna check how we're doing on time here. Has it really only been 2 hours? Wow. It kind of feels like I've been doing this for longer. But then again, when you're reading something and talking out loud, it usually seems longer. Hooray! Okay. Alright, back into it. Ooh! Oh, no! No! What did it do? I dropped it and then it did like a... It went... Like I went... Back. That's not it. Back. Wait, what I'm doing this the stupid way, because I'm at the very beginning of the chapter. Okay. All right. All right. Back on it. My first memory was going to the hospital when I was 2 or 3 because my dad fell while carrying me. I remember being so mad I was so too small to get a cast. That's an adorable story. They just pinned a blanket to my clothes as a sling instead. Oh, really? Ooh. I remember I used to carry a Barbie and a Ken when I was really about 2, 3 years old. But I also had like a bad habit of poor Ken. One of his hands, I would chew on it, and because the way I chewed it, like his little fingers were like twice the size. So he looked like he had a regular hand, and then he had like super long hands. And I got sick, and I had to go to the doctors, and I brought my Barbie and Ken with me, and I guess the pediatrician, he's like, "Oh no, what happened to Ken?" He's like, he goes, "It looked like it got run over." Yeah, Slenderman hands, that's what it looked like. And he's like, we'll go fix him. And they took the Ken doll, and he came back, and his hand was all he wrapped the Ken doll's hand like he had a broken hand. It was so damn cute. I was too little to appreciate it, but it's also, I wish I could remember the name of that pediatrician. Unfortunately, the only people I could ask are like long gone, so I wouldn't be able to do that. I did that to my sister's Barbie when I was a kid. Wrap their hands or bite their hands. I think it's just a kid thing to do. Like there's like a plastic that's soft enough for your jaw to chew on. Thank goodness they're no longer made of lead. Okay. Both. Okay. Since I still had to use my dominant hand, I had gotten really adept at clinching the bag myself, or cinching the bag myself. That morning, however, perhaps due to my excitement or nervousness, I hadn't pulled the strap tight enough, and halfway through the shower I could feel water pooling inside the bag around my fingers. I jumped out and tore the latex shield away, but could feel that the previously rigid plaster had become soft after absorbing the water. Because there is no way to effectively clean the area between your body and a cast, the dead skin that would normally have fallen away merely sits there. When stirred by moisture like sweat, it emits an odor. And apparently this odor is proportionate to the amount of moisture introduced, because soon after I began attempting to dry it, I was struck by a powerful stench of rot. As I continued to rub it frantically with the towel, the cast began to disintegrate into a thick white strip that rained down upon my feet, while small white flakes wafted in the air and seemed to hover like snowflakes. I was growing increasingly distressed. I had put as much effort as a kid could into this very first day of school. I had sat with my mom picking out my clothes the night before. I had spent a great deal of time picking out my backpack, and I had become exceedingly excited to show everyone my lunchbox that had a Ninja Turtles on it. I had fallen into my mom's habit of calling these children I hadn't yet met my friends already. But as the condition of my cast worsened, I became deeply upset at the thought that I surely wouldn't be able to apply that label to anyone by the time this day was over. When I realized that attempting to wipe the cast dry was actually destroying it, I wrapped a towel around my arm and pressed it hard against my chest while leaning forcefully against the counter, in an effort to soak up the water without agitating the surface of the cast. But the wet plaster began to collapse under my weight, and this poor kid. And the force transferred down onto my weak, cracked bones. Pain arched through my arm, and I half successfully stifled a scream. I couldn't fix it myself. Defeated, I showed my mom. It took 30 minutes to get most of the moisture out while working to preserve the rest of the cast. The combination of placing restrained pressure on absorbent cloth while running a hairdryer over the lengths of the cast was enough to solve the hydration issue. To address the problem of the smell, my mom cut slivers off a bar of soap and slid them down the cast. She then rubbed the remainder of the soap on the outside in an attempt to cocoon the rancid smell inside with a more pleasant one. There was no repair work that could be done, but she at least controlled the damage. Wouldn't that still smell like rot, just with like rot and Irish Spring? I miss the lead paint, the lead paint taste. By the time we arrived at the school, my classmates were already engaged in their second activity, and the teacher shoehorned me into one of the already established groups. I'm sure that the teacher explained to me in great detail what the guidelines of the activities were, but I was so nervous and distracted that I must have misunderstood. Within 5 minutes, I had violated the rules so badly that each member of the group complained to the teacher and asked why I had to be in their group. The teacher tried to make peace, but the damage was done. I sat at the table with my free hand in my pocket. I had brought a marker to school in hopes that I would collect some signatures or drawings on my cast next to my mother's. And as I rolled the marker between my fingertips, I suddenly felt very foolish for having even put it in my pocket that morning. Aww. After the exercise was over, we watched as our teacher brought a large rolled up piece of paper out of the classroom's closet. While it was generally difficult to maintain the attention of so many children, the size of the object held our attention. We watched as she tacked the top and the bottom left-hand corners of the paper to the wall as she talked to us. When the corners were secured, she unrolled the large cylinder of paper from left to right, and we saw what it was. It was a map. The teacher had us line up to leave the classroom for lunch. When we filed into the lunchroom, the faculty members from each group guided us to our cluster of tables and corrected students who tried to sit at restricted yet unoccupied seats. There were no other students in there. Kindergartners had the lunchroom to themselves at my elementary school, and this meant that I wouldn't have to sit by myself. In a year's time, I would be all alone at a table about 8 feet away. But despite the fact that I was surrounded by classmates, I think I felt lonelier right then than in all the initial weeks of first grade isolation combined. One of the faculty members was making an announcement that no one seemed to be listening to while most of the kids were chatting energetically. I was eavesdropping on their conversation while self-consciously picking at the fraying ends of my cast when a kid sat across from me. "I like your lunchbox," he said. I could tell he was making fun of me, and I grew really angry. In my mind, that lunchbox was the last good thing about my day. I had used it every day at home since my mom had gotten it for me. She would make me sandwiches and put them in my lunchbox, and I would carry it to the white dining room table and eat them. It wasn't for practice. I was just excited to use it. Lunch that day in school was my first time I had to use my lunchbox outside of the house, and despite everything that had happened with my cast and the group earlier that day, I was still excited to use it officially. I didn't look up from my arm to face my classmate because I felt a burning in my eyes from the tears that I was holding back. As I struggled to maintain my composure, I looked up to tell the kid to leave me alone. But before I could get the words out, I saw something that made me pause. He had the exact same lunchbox. I laughed. "I like your lunchbox too." "I think Michelangelo's the coolest," he said, while mimicking nunchuck moves. This was the first conversation I had ever had with another kid my own age that wasn't guided or chaperoned by my mother. While I had a lot of freedom in my neighborhood, there weren't any other kids that were my age, so when I played alone. Even when this new dynamic made me feel slightly nervous, it was really good kind of nervous. I was speaking up to rebut his preferences by saying that Raphael was my favorite character. When he knocked his open carton of milk off the table and into his lap. "Ah, crap," he said, and immediately covered his mouth with both hands and reflectively shifted his eyes from side to side to see who might have heard it. That's adorable. I tried very hard to stifle my laughter since I didn't know him at all, but the struggling look on my face must have struck him as funny because he started laughing first. Suddenly I didn't feel so bad about my cast and thought that this person would hardly notice now anyway. As we laughed with one another, I thought to try my luck. "Hey, do you want to sign my cast?" Because that's how kindergartners talk. Very loud and like this. Everyone knows Michelangelo's the best. Yeah, everybody, all like little kids, little kiddos like Michelangelo because he's the most kid-like, and then I think everybody goes through. You guys are guffawing about Raphael being the best character. Eat or yeet, Snickers bar. You guys are so funny. I used to like Snickers bar when I ate them. I haven't had a candy bar like that in a million years, but I used to have those. As I worked the marker out of my pocket, he asked me how I broke my arm. I told him that I fell out of the tallest tree in my neighborhood, and he seemed impressed. I watched him draw his name on my cast, pausing before each letter to draw it in the air to make sure it felt right. When he was done, I asked him what it said. He told me it said Josh. Josh and I had lunch together every day, and whenever we could, we partnered up for projects. We became really close very quickly, to the point that if Josh was ever absent from school, I would feel a bit lost the entire day. We worked well together both within and outside of the curriculum of our grade. I helped him with his handwriting, and when I could, his spelling, and he took the blame when I wrote fart on the wall in permanent marker. I would come to know other kids, but I think I knew even then that Josh was my only real friend. Moving a friendship outside of school when you are 5 years old is actually more difficult than most remember. The Friday we launched our balloons, the atmosphere was so energetic and excited that when I had finished transcribing my letter, I joined Josh at his desk and asked him if he wanted to come to my house after school to play and maybe even stay the night. He said he did and that he'd bring me some of his toys. I said that we could go exploring in the woods around my house. When I got home, I asked my mom if Josh could come to our house, and she said that would be fine. My excitement was boundless until I realized that I had no way of contacting Josh to tell him. I spent the whole weekend worrying that our friendship would be dissolved by Monday. When I saw him after the weekend, I was relieved to find that he had run into the same obstacle and thought that it was funny. Later that week, we both remembered to write down our phone numbers at home and then exchange them at school. My mom spoke with Josh's dad, and it was decided that she would pick Josh up and me from school that Friday. We alternated this basic structure nearly every weekend. If we managed to make plans far enough in advance, we would even secure permission slips from our parents so that we could just get off the bus with each other at either his or my house. The fact that we lived so close to one another made the arrangements much easier for our parents, who seemed to work constantly. As time moved along, I found it more difficult to imagine doing things without Josh. That's not to say I actively tried to imagine such things, but as an only child, I never had the disposition to picture myself with anyone else except my mother. As Josh and I grew closer, however, whenever I thought of a new place to go or a new activity to try, I always inserted Josh into that scenario. We had so many adventures when I lived in my old house that I find it difficult to remember them all. The actual nature of what we were doing never really seemed to have any impact on how fun the activity was for us. As long as we were together, we had a good time. When my mom and I moved across the city during the summer after first grade, I was sure that our friendship had seen its last day. As we drove away from the house that I had lived in my whole life, I felt a sadness that I knew wasn't just about a house. I was saying goodbye to my friend forever. But, to my surprise and delight, Josh and I stayed close. Despite the fact that we spent the majority of our time apart and only saw one another on weekends, we remained remarkably similar as we grew. Our personalities, our senses of humor, complemented each other, and we would often find that we had started liking new things independently. I would sometimes call Josh, or he would call me to share information about some new TV show or toy, only to find out it was old news for the other. We even sounded enough alike that when I stayed with Josh, he would sometimes call my mom pretending to be me. His success rate was impressive. My mom would sometimes joke that the only way she could tell us apart sometimes was by our hair. He had straight, dirty blonde hair like his sister, while I had curly, dark brown hair like my mother. One would think that the thing most likely to drive two young friends apart would be what's out of their control. I'm quite sure that many friendships have stagnated when one party is forced to move away. The parents think that their children will just make new friends. While I feared at the time that this would be the case for us, I think the catalyst for our gradual disengagement was my insistence that we sneak out to my old house to look for boxes. That night, perhaps because we were old enough to reflect on it appropriately, seemed to cause a rift between us. Not a striking and violent rift, a gradual one, like two continents parting ways. The weekend after our excursion, I invited Josh over to my house in keeping with our tradition of alternating houses, but he said he wasn't really up for it. If I'm honest, neither was I, and so I didn't protest. But maybe I should have. We began seeing progressively less of one another over the next year or so. Our time together had gone from once a week to once a month to once every couple of months. Unlike when we were kids, we seemed to struggle to find things to do or talk about. It was all gradual enough that perhaps we didn't notice it, even if we might have felt it. For my 12th birthday, my mom threw a party for me. I hadn't made that many friends since we moved. It wasn't a surprise party since my mom didn't know who to invite. I told a handful of kids to whom I had become acquainted, but I was fine with a smaller party. I didn't want to invite a person just because I recognized him in the hallway. About a week before the party, I called Josh to see if he wanted to come. He said that he didn't think he could make it. My mom had planned a lot of games and activities. There would be a piñata, pin the tail on the donkey, and she even convinced a coworker to perform a part of his amateur magic show. It occurred to me as we sat on the phone in silence that Josh might think he was too old for these activities, and I tried to reassure him that he didn't have to play any of the games or watch the magician. But he said he just didn't feel up for the party. He said, maybe some other time, and we hung up. After the phone call, I told my mom that I didn't want to have a party. I told her that I was too old for those games and that magicians were for kids. I told her that the whole thing was a dumb idea and she never should have had. A dumb idea she never should have had. The conversation with Josh had hurt me tremendously and senselessly. The only thing I can think to do was also try to hurt my mom. It didn't work. She just smiled and put her arm on my shoulder and said, "It'll be fine, sweetheart." And, inexplicably, I felt better. The day before the party, Josh called me in better spirits to say that he would be there. It had been several months since I had last seen him, and I was excited that we would get to spend time together and not have to worry about what to do or what to talk about, since there would be activities. What are you guys doing? Holy cow, I just see a fight going, like a literal fight. People are throwing hands. Oh, you guys are fighting over Jolly Rancher flavors. That's really funny. Nice work, Darby. You're way better at Resident Evil than I ever hoped to be. I wasn't sure why he had changed his mind, but it really didn't matter to me. He was coming. The party went pretty well. My biggest concern was that Josh and the other kids wouldn't get along, but they seemed to like each other well enough. Josh was quieter than I'd hoped he'd be. He hadn't brought me a gift, and he apologized for that, but I told him that it wasn't a big deal. I was just glad that he was able to make it. I tried to start several conversations with him, but they seemed to keep reaching dead ends. I didn't know what else to do. I had acclimated to the timid disposition that he had developed over the last couple of years, but I had hoped that things might have been different that day. I asked him what was wrong. I told him that I didn't get why things had become so awkward between us. They were never like that before. We used to hang out almost every weekend and talk over the phone on the phone every couple of days. I suspected that it really was because of the night we snuck back to my old house, and even though I couldn't know for certain, my voice trembled and quaked as I told him that Boxes was my cat, and it wasn't fair for him to hold that night against me for so long. But he didn't say anything. At a loss, I asked him what happened to us. He looked up, staring at his shoes, and just said, "You left." I was about to ask Josh what he meant by that when my mom yelled in from the other room that it was time to open presents. I forced a smile and walked into the dining room as they sang happy birthday. There were a couple of wrapped boxes and a pile of cards, which most of which were from an extended family, since they'd lived out of the state. Most of the gifts were silly and forgettable, but I remember that a kid named Brian gave me a Mighty Max toy shaped like a snake that I kept for years afterwards. My mom was insistent that I open all the cards and thank each person who had given one, because several years before on Christmas, I had torn through the wrapping paper and envelopes with such fervor that I had destroyed any possibility of discerning who sent which gift or what amount of money. We separated the ones that had been sent by mail and the ones that had been brought that day so that my friends wouldn't have to sit through me opening cards from people that they had never met. Most of the cards from my friends had a few dollars in them. One envelope didn't have my name written on it, but it was in the pile, so I opened it. The card had some birthday balloons on its face, and it seemed to be a card that had been received by someone else who was now recycling it for my birthday, because it was a little dirty. I actually appreciated the idea that it was a reused card, since I had always thought that cards were silly. I angled it so that the money wouldn't fall onto the floor when I opened it, but the only thing inside was the message that had come printed on the card. I love you. Whoever had given me this card hadn't written anything in it, but they had circled the message in pencil a couple of times. I chuckled a little and said, "Gee, thanks for the awesome card, Mom." She looked at me and then turned her attention to the card. She told me it wasn't from her, and she seemed amused as she took the card from my hand and showed my friends, looking at their faces, trying to discern who had played the trying to discern who played the joke. None of the kids stepped forward, so my mom said, "Don't worry, sweetheart. At least you know now that 2 people love you." She followed that with an extremely prolonged and excruciating kiss on my forehead that transformed the group's bewilderment into hysteria. They were all laughing now, and it could have been any of them, but one of the boys named Mike seemed to be laughing the hardest. To become a participant rather than the subject of the gag, I said to him that just because he had given me that card, he shouldn't think that I'd kiss him later. He gave me a slightly bewildered look, and we all laughed. As I looked at Josh, I saw that he was finally smiling. "Well, I think that gift might be the winner, but you still have a couple more to open." My mom slid another present in front of me. I was still feeling the tremors of suppressed chuckles in my abdomen as I tore the colorful paper away. When I saw the gift, however, there was no more laughter in me to stifle. My smile dropped as I looked at what I'd been giving. It was a pair of walkie-talkies. "Well, go on, show everyone," my mother encouraged. I held them up, and everyone seemed to approve, but as I drew my attention to Josh, I could see that he turned a sickly shade of white. We locked eyes for a moment, and he turned and walked into the kitchen. As I watched him dial a number on the corded phone attached to the wall, my mom whispered in my ear that she knew that Josh and I didn't talk much, since one of the walkie-talkies had broken, so she thought I'd like it. I was filled with an intense appreciation for my mom's thoughtfulness, but this feeling was easily overpowered by the emotions resurrected by the returning memories I tried so hard to bury. While everyone else was eating cake, I asked Josh who he called. He told me he wasn't feeling well, so he called his dad to come get him. I understood that he wanted to leave, but it was so hard to get Josh to come to my house that I, perhaps selfishly, wished that he would stay, despite how he was feeling. I told him that I wished he could hang out more. I extended one of the walkie-talkies to him, but he put his hand up in refusal. Dejected, I said, "Well, thanks for coming, I guess. I hope I'll see you before my next birthday." "I'm sorry. I'll try to call you back more often. I really will," he said. The conversation stalled as we waited by my door for his dad. The rest of the kids watched my mother's coworker perform magic. Rather than the sounds of amazement, most of the vocalizations were critical, but in good fun. Despite the haranguing, the magician and my mother seemed happy. Perhaps it was exactly what they had expected. I repeatedly opened my mouth as if words would just pour out and catch the interest of my friend, but I would silently shut it each time. I looked at his face. Josh seemed genuinely remorseful that he hadn't made more of an effort, but I thought I perceived something, other brooding emotion behind his regret, though I couldn't tell what it was. As I stared at him, perhaps a little too intensely, his mood seemed suddenly bolstered by an idea that had struck him. He looked over at me and said that he knew what he'd get me for my birthday. It would take a while, but he thought that I would really like it. I dismissed it outright. I told him it wasn't a big deal and that I didn't need a gift, but he insisted. He seemed in better spirits and apologized for being such a drag at my party. He said he would call me soon, and when I said that he didn't have to treat me like a baby, he told me that if he didn't bother to call, then he wasn't worth being friends with anyway. There was a knock at the door. Josh opened it and stepped out of my house and next to his father. I could see Veronica sitting in the truck waiting impatiently. I thought about giving Josh a hug, but realized that might be embarrassing for both of us, so I just gave him a low high five. He apologized again as he walked off. He said that he was tired and that he hadn't been sleeping well, and I asked him why that was. He turned back toward me and waved goodbye as he answered my question. "I think I've been sleepwalking." That was the last time I saw my friend, and a couple months later, he was gone. Chat's having an emoji war. Ugh. You guys are so goofy. Since I began this attempt to learn more about my childhood, the relationship between my mother and me has grown increasingly strained. Each time she would give me a piece of my past, I could feel myself becoming more complete. The structure of my autobiography finally falling into place with the connecting of milestones, or the introduction of never known fact. But I don't think I realized how much of herself she was losing in this process. Still, I thought we could take it. But maybe I was letting my wishes about the strength of our bond distort my perception of how strong it actually was. It's often the case that one cannot know the breaking point of a thing until that thing fractures. The last conversation I had with my mother left me with what... Your last conversation? The last conversation that I had with my mother left me with what I'll now share with you. I'm not sure where this last discussion, and all the ones that preceded it, will leave me and my mom. I imagine that we will spend the rest of our lives attempting to repair what had taken a lifetime to build. She had put so much energy into keeping me safe, both physically and psychologically. But I think that the walls meant to insulate me from harm were also protecting her emotional stability. As the truth came pouring out the last time we spoke, I could hear a trembling in her voice that I think was a reverberation of the collapse of her world. I don't imagine my mother and I will talk very much anymore, and while there are still some things I don't understand, I think I know enough now. After Josh disappeared, his parents had done all they could to try and find him. From the very first day, the police had suggested that they contact all of the parents of the kids that knew Josh to see if he might be with them. They did this, of course, but no one had seen him or had any idea where he might be. They placed notices in the newspaper and posted flyers all around the old neighborhood. They even solicited message boards and chat rooms and missing children networks. The police had been unable to turn over any new information about Josh's whereabouts, despite the fact that they had received several anonymous phone calls from a woman urging them to compare this case with the stalking case that had been opened about 6 years before. One day, they got a call. The person said they had seen Josh. Josh's father sat down on the couch with his wife. Holding a pen to a pad of paper, he asked the caller where he had seen the boy. The caller said, "In Florida." The father pressed further. Where? Where in Florida did you see him? The caller yelled, "At Disney World!" laughed and hung up. His wife was clutching his free hand waiting for the information. She asked what the person had said, and Josh's father tore the piece of paper that read Florida out of the pad and crumpled it up. Nothing. It was nothing. These calls persisted for months. People from all over the country would call and offer fake tips or brutal mockery. There weren't many of these calls, maybe a dozen, but they were enough. They couldn't just change the number. Josh might call, or at least someone who had actually seen him. So they transferred the phone number to a friend who offered to act as a buffer from these kind of callers. The friend said she would press anyone who asked about Josh, but otherwise she would just treat it as an ordinary wrong number. She was a good friend to them, and my mother struggled to remember her name, but I already knew it from the time that I had talked to her. Her name was Claire. Josh's mother was not as strong as her husband was. If her grip on the world loosened when her son vanished, it broke when Veronica died. She had seen many people die in the hospital, but there was no amount of desensitization that can fortify a person against the death of her own child. She would visit Veronica twice a day, since she was recuperating at a different hospital, once before her shift and once afterwards. On the day Veronica died, her mother was late leaving work, and by the time she arrived at her daughter's hospital, Veronica had already passed. This was just too much for her, and over the next couple of weeks, she became increasingly more unstable. She stopped going to work, but unlike the leave of absence she had taken almost 3 years before when Josh had disappeared, this time she had nothing to focus her attention on, except her own pain. She would sometimes wander outside yelling for both Josh and Veronica to come home. Jesus. And there were several times her husband found her staggering around my old neighborhood in the middle of the night, half-clothed and frantically searching for her son and daughter. Due to his wife's mental deterioration, Josh's dad could no longer travel for work, so he began taking construction jobs that were less lucrative in an effort to be closer to home. When they began expanding my old neighborhood more, about 3 months after Veronica died, Josh's dad applied for literally every position that was vacant. He was hired. Although he was qualified to lead the building sites, he took a job as a laborer. He would help build the frames and clean up the sites and do whatever else needed to be done. He even took odd jobs that would occasionally come up, mowing lawns, repairing fences, anything to keep from traveling. When they began clearing the woods in the area next to the tributary in order to transform the land into an inhabitable property, Josh's dad was tasked with the responsibility of leveling the recently deforested lot. He accepted it eagerly, as this job guaranteed him at least several weeks of work close to home. On the 4th day, he arrived at a spot that he could not level. Each time he would drive over it with a machine, the patch of land would remain lower than all the other surrounding earth. Frustrated, he got off the tractor to survey the area. He was only tempted to simply put more dirt into the depression, but he knew that would only be an aesthetic and temporary solution. He had worked construction for years, and he knew that the root system from large trees that had been recently cut down would often decompose, leaving weaknesses in the soil below that would manifest as weaknesses in the foundation above. Part of his motivation to do the job thoroughly was out of self-interest. With any luck, he would be contracted to help with the building, or at least placing, of the future homes on this property, so he didn't want to sabotage himself. But this was only a small part of his reasoning. Ultimately, he was a builder. Ignoring the problem was simply not a possibility. He weighed his options and elected to dig a little with a shovel in case the problem was hollow enough to fix without needing a backhoe that he would have to retrieve from the other site. I asked my mother where the site was, but it was almost a rhetorical question. I knew where the site was. I had been at that spot before the soil was broken, before it had been filled in. I had fallen in that hole when I was 10 years old. I felt a tightening in my chest as my mother continued. He stabbed his shovel into the dirt to test its consistency, and to his surprise and disappointment, the shovel had disappeared almost entirely below the earth. The soil was weak, and while that would make it easier to move, he had not anticipated what might be such an extensive delay so soon into the job. Pulling back the wooden handle, he moved a small amount of dirt off to the side and began his project. Before too long, he had dug a small hole about 3 feet down. When he reset his position and drove the metal blade into the earth, a tremor traveled back up the pole and to his arms. His shovel had collided with something hard. He smashed his shovel again repeatedly in an attempt to gauge the thickness of the root and the density of the network, when suddenly his shovel plunged through the resistance. Confused, he dug the hole wider. After about a half hour of excavating, he found himself standing on a brown blanket that was stretched across and stapled to a large box about 7 feet long, 4 feet wide. Our minds work hard to avoid dissonance. If we hold a belief strong enough, our minds will forcibly reject conflicting evidence so that we can maintain the integrity of our understanding of the world. Up until the very next moment, despite what all reason would have indicated, despite the fact that some small but suffocated part of him understood what was supporting his weight, this man believed, he knew, his son was still alive. My mom received a call at 6 o'clock in the evening. She knew who it was, but she couldn't understand what he was saying. However, what she did comprehend made her leave immediately. "Down here! Now! Son! Please, God!" When she arrived, she found Josh's dad sitting perfectly still with his back to the hole. He was holding the shovel so tightly it seemed that it might snap, and he was staring straight ahead with eyes that had no life or light in them. Oh, Jesus. My mother approached... I'm starting to get upset. My mother approached him slowly and tried several times to get his attention, but he wouldn't respond to any of her words. He only reacted when she tried, with delicate and hesitant hands, to take the shovel from him. When she touched the shovel, his vice-like grip on the handle tightened, forcing all of the blood of his fingers to the point that they were as white as bone. He dragged his eyes slowly to hers and just said, "I don't understand." He repeated this as if he had forgotten all other words, and my mother could hear him still muttering it as she walked past both him and the scraps of broken wood to look in the hole. My mother told me she wished that she had gouged her eyes out before she faced downwards into that crater, and I told her that I knew what she was about to say, and that she need not continue. I looked at her face. It was expressing a look of such intense despair that it caused my stomach to turn. It struck me that she had known about this for almost 10 years and was hoping that she'd never have to tell me. I imagined that she made a firm decision all those years ago to never share this information, and as we sat there at the same weathered table that had forever been the meeting spot for our talks, I felt a twinge of guilt for forcing her to break the promise that she made to herself. Because she never intended to tell me. She never came up with the proper arrangement of words to describe what she saw. As I sit here now, I met with the same difficulty of articulation, but for different reasons. Josh was dead. His face was sunken in and contorted in such a way that it was as if the misery and hopelessness of all the world had been transferred to it. The assaulting smell of decay rose from the crypt, and my mother had to cover her nose and mouth to keep from vomiting. His skin was cracked, almost crocodilian, and a stream of blood followed these lines and dried on his face while pooling and staining the wood around his head. My mother wanted to look away. She wanted to move her eyes, even if just a little bit, so she could see something else, anything else, but she couldn't. Her eyes had locked with Josh's, which laid open and facing up out of the tomb. Although he couldn't return her gaze, it felt as though he were looking directly at her. She said by the look of him he had not been long dead, but she couldn't hazard a guess because she simply had no referent. Selfishly and horribly, she wished that more time had passed before that day, so that time and nature could have brought the mercy of degradation to erase the pain and terror that was now etched onto his face. She said that it felt as if he knew she'd be right there, that he had been waiting for her to enter his line of sight, his open mouth offering an all too late plea for help to ears that could do nothing for him. She forcefully covered her eyes to break the stare and attempted to confront the scene as a whole, but the rest of his body wasn't visible. Someone else was covering it. He was large and lay face down on top of Josh. As my mother's mind stretched itself to take in what her eyes were attempting to tell her, she became aware of the significance of the way in which he lay. He was holding Josh. Their legs lay frozen by death, but entangled like veins in some lush tropical forest. One arm rested under Josh's neck, only to wrap around his body so that they might lay closer still, while the other arm lay limp, with a bent elbow against the wood. His fingers entangled in Josh's hair. The man's back was covered in dirt, and as she looked at the back to the area near Josh's head, avoiding his gaze, she could see that some of his scattered earth had mixed with the blood and formed mud that lay still wet in the damp casket. As the sun passed through the trees, its light reflected off something pinned to Josh's shirt. My mother stooped to one knee and raised the collar of her shirt over her nose so that she might block out the smell while she attempted to train her vision on the object rather than Josh's face. When she saw what had been caught by the sunlight, her legs abandoned her, and she nearly fell into the tomb. It was a picture. It was a picture of me as a child. Gasping and trembling, she staggered backwards and collided with Josh's father, who still sat facing away from the hole. She understood why he had called her now, but she could not bring herself to tell him what she had kept from everyone for all those years. Not that the information could do any good now anyway. Josh's family never knew about the night I had woken up in the woods. They never knew about the Polaroids. They never knew about the note she had found on my pillow. They never knew the real person we had moved out of our old house. They never knew the real reason we had moved out of our old home with such haste. She had moved us into a new house to protect my life, and she had kept all of these things a secret so that life might be a normal one for me. She had talked to the police. She knew now that she should have talked to Josh's parents, but there was nothing to say anymore. As she sat there resting her back against Josh's father's, he spoke. I can't tell my wife. I can't tell her that our little boy is... His speech staggered in fits as he pressed his wet face into his dirt-caked hands. She couldn't bear it. After a moment, he stood up, still shuddering, and lumbered towards the grave. With one final sob, he stepped down into the coffin and positioned himself over the dead man's body. Josh's dad was a big man, but not as big as the man in the box was. However, he seemed unable to grasp this fact. He grabbed the back of the man's collar and pulled hard. It was as if he intended to throw the man out of the grave in a singular motion, but the collar ripped, and the body fell back down on top of his son. At this moment, what air remained in Josh's lungs was violently forced out through his mouth, and the father shrieked as we both watched and heard his son's last empty breath. "You motherfucker!" He grabbed the man by the shoulders and heaved him back until he was off Josh completely. With one final straining motion, he shoved the man until the body sat awkwardly but upright against the wall of the grave. Josh's father rested his hands on his knees and breathed heavily and painfully as he looked down at his only son. He grunted with anger and turned his attention to the man, and my mother could see the rage disappear from his eyes as something else replaced it. He staggered back a step, and then another. Oh God. Oh God. No, please God, oh God, no. In a struggling but powerful movement, he lifted and pushed the corpse of the man completely out of the ground, and as he did this, there was a distinct sound of glass first hitting and then rolling against the wood. It was a bottle. He picked it up absently and handed it to my mother. It was ether. Oh, Josh! He sobbed as he cradled his son. My boy, my baby boy. Why is there so much blood? What did he do to you? As my mother looked at the man who was now facing upwards, a chill came over her as she realized that she was facing, for the first time, the person who had haunted our lives for over a decade. Everything about our lives had changed since this person had entered it, and she had lost so much sleep thinking about this man. When she pictured him, whether in waking life or a dream, he was always evil and always terrifying. The cries of Josh's father seemed to confirm her worst fears, but as she stared at his face, she thought that this didn't look like who she imagined at all. This was just a man. As she looked upon his frozen expression, it actually looked serene. The corners of his lips were turned up only slightly. She saw that he was smiling. This wasn't the expected smile of a maniac from a film or a horror story. It wasn't the smile of a demon or a smile of a fiend. This was just a smile of contentment or satisfaction. It was a smile of bliss. It was a smile of love. When she looked down at his face, she saw a tremendous wound on his neck from where the skin had been ripped out. She realized that this wound must have been the source of the blood that stained Josh's face and the wood upon which his head rested. Initially, she was relieved by the realization that the blood had not been Josh's. Perhaps he had suffered less, and in a strange way, this small comfort amidst the madness set her slightly at ease. She looked to Josh's father, who sat in the coffin, still holding his son to his chest, and wondered if she should tell him. She wondered if this tiny consolation was worth distracting him from his own thoughts, whatever they may be. She drew her eyes away for a moment to think. They were lingered on the scraps of wood that lay scattered to one side of the hole, many of them still connected to a large brown blanket. She recognized that these pieces of wood must have been on top of the box that Josh's father had torn away before calling her. Her drifting eyes and wandering thoughts both suddenly focused on what she saw in the debris, and she realized that she had been wrong to hope for any comfort now in this place. Her mind raced to make excuses for this object's existence, but she was too tired to listen to anything but the truth anymore. She stared at the metal handle that was screwed into one of the boards of wood. She brought a hand up to her mouth and whispered, almost as if she was afraid to remind the world what had happened. They were alive. Josh must have bitten the man's neck in a desperate attempt to get free, and although the man had died, Josh wasn't strong enough to move him. When my mother realized this, she began to cry at the thought of how long he might have laid there and how he must have felt. She shuddered at the thought that he wouldn't have been able to see in that dark place. She crouched down beside the man and looked through his pockets for some kind of identification, but she only found one piece of paper. It was a stick figure drawing of a man holding hands with a small boy, and next to the boy were initials. She told me that the initials were mine. She asked me if I understood what it might mean, and I lied to her and said that I did not. As Josh's father carried his son out of the grave, my mom slid the paper into her pocket and stood up. He was muttering that his son's hair had been dyed, but he wasn't talking to my mother. It seemed almost as if he had forgotten that she was there. When she looked at Josh, she understood what his father was saying. Josh's hair was now a dark brown, though it looked almost black as it clung to itself, cemented by blood. Josh's dad delicately laid his boy on the soft dirt and began gently pressing his hands against his son's pants to feel his pockets. My mother noticed that Josh was oddly dressed. His clothes were far too small for a boy his size. As the father applied pressure to his son's left pocket, there was a crinkle. Carefully, he retrieved a folding piece of paper from Josh's pocket and slowly unfolded it, not knowing what it might be. As he was returning the paper to its original shape, a small key fell from its folds and onto the dirt. He picked it up and looked at it as if he expected to say something to him. After a moment, he pushed it into his front pocket before returning his attention to the paper. He studied it, but was vexed. With no immediately meaningful information to be gained from it, he handed the piece of paper to my mother. She nervously accepted it, but she didn't recognize it either. When I asked her what it was, she told me that it was a map, and I felt my heart shatter. Josh was finishing the map. That must have been his idea for my birthday present. He had resumed the expedition on his own. That was our first great adventure, and he had decided to finish it. For me. For us. Tears began streaming out of my eyes as I learned this, and I found myself desperately hoping that he hadn't been taken while working on it. Despite everything that had happened, he had kept the map in his pocket for almost 3 years. Jesus. She heard Josh's father grunt angrily and looked to see him pushing the man's body back into the ground. As he walked back toward the machine that had found this spot for him, he put his hand on a canister of gasoline and paused with his back towards my mother. "You should go." "I'm so sorry. Is there anything I can do?" "It's not your fault. It was me. I did this." "You can't think like that. There was nothing. I did this!" he roared. There was silence for a long time. He seemed to be searching for the right words, or maybe he was just searching for a decision about whether he wanted to say them at all. Finally, he continued, his voice flat with no emotion at all. "About a month ago, I was cleaning up the site on a new development. A block over, when a guy approached me. He asked if I wanted to make some extra money. Well, with my wife not working, I'd take about just any job. So I asked him about it. He said that some kids had dug a bunch of holes on his property, and he offered me $100 to fill them in. I told him it was no problem. Just tell me when and where. He said that he wanted to take some pictures for the insurance company first, but if I came back after 8 p.m. the next day, that would be fine. He said I'd have no problem finding the holes. I thought this guy was a sucker since I knew clearing that lot was coming up for a crew I was on, so someone would have had to do it anyway. I actually felt bad for taking his money. It didn't even look like he'd have $100, but he put the bill in my hand and I did the job the next night. I'd been so exhausted that I didn't even think about it until after I was done. I didn't think about it. There was a long pause as he seemed to lose control of his voice. I didn't think about it until today, when I pulled that same guy off my own son. He pointed to the grave and his emotions finally broke free again as tears fell from his eyes and mucus from his nose. He paid me $100 so that I would bury him with my boy. I'm sorry. It was... Fuck. Sorry. It was as if saying it out loud forced him to accept what had happened, and he had collapsed to the ground in tears. My mother could think of nothing to say, so she stood there in silence for what felt like a lifetime as she tried to comprehend what he had just told her. She knew that he wouldn't tell his wife about any of this. My mother knew that this would be the only time when he could reach out for any comfort at all. She knelt down and held him while he cried for his son. Finally, she asked what she could do about Josh, or what he could do about Josh, finally she asked what he would do about Josh, where he would take him. But all he said was, his final resting place won't be here with this monster. He rose and stepped delicately around his boy while he walked towards the grave with the canister of gasoline in his hand. My mother left what used to be my old woods, but what was now just a mausoleum with no walls. As she looked back when she reached her car, she could see black smoke billowing and diffusing against the amber sky, and she hoped against all hope that Josh's parents would be okay. It would have worked. Oh yeah, yeah, I'm okay. No, that was just kind of jarring. What a fucking heartbreaking ending. Oh my god. Yeah, I'm okay. Now you guys see how I am when I read stories that are well written or read books that are well written and are super sad. That's just very, very that's terrifying. Whew. Ugh. Josh is... Oh, God. Poor Josh and poor Dad. Man. I'm the same with trying to sing emotional songs. Yeah, I'm like that, too. If I'm in, like, a certain mood and I hear an emotional song, or... I could be in a happy mood, but if I'm with that with fucking Rainbow Connection. I won't lie. Every time I hear Rainbow Connection, I start getting teary-eyed because it's such a pretty little song, and it's a Muppet song. That's so crazy to me that a song from a Muppet movie can bring tears to my eyes every time. Oh, but thank you guys. I appreciate you guys worrying, but it was just that was just a hard punch right in my gut. I was not expecting. Whew. All right, which one of you madmen suggested this story to me? Okay. All right. Muppets for the win. That is true. Yes. Weezer does have a great cover. So does Gwen Stefani. She has a really pretty version of that. I told you that it would make you feel empty and sad, Jenny. Yeah, no shit. Damn it, Renegade. Not I, said the cat. You guys are so goofy. All right. We're almost done. We're 98% done with the story, according to Kindle. Soldier on. When my mother had finished her story, we sat in silence for a long time. I wanted to feel anger or agony, but I felt nothing but a hollow emptiness inside. As we sat there, I realized that Josh's parents had called my mother when Josh went missing. She must have lied to them in the same way she lied to me. Josh's parents still believe to this day that their son really ran away. I stood up to leave. There was only one question that I had for my mother. Only one thing I wanted to know from her. But she couldn't answer it. I don't know why I expected she could. I left my mom's house without saying much else. I told her that I loved her and that I would talk to her soon. But I don't know what soon means for us now. I just got into my car and left. As I drove, that stupid riddle about going into the woods came back into my mind. And that was enough to make me feel again. I remember Josh and me talking about it in those woods nearly half my lifetime ago. I cried so hard that I had to pull my car over. And I again asked the question that my mother had been unable to answer. I asked it out loud even though no one was around to answer it but me. Why, Josh? Why, Josh? It was supposed to be me. It had always been me. So why wasn't it when it mattered the most? Why did I wake up in the winter woods when I was a child instead of being entombed in them? Why couldn't it has stopped then with me? But I'll never know the answer to this question. I'll never know why he just left me there. There's no one I can ask now. Maybe he just couldn't do it. He tried, but in the end, he was just too weak to take me. As I sat there in my car on the side of the road, I struggled to breathe between my exhausted sobs. I collapsed on the steering wheel and whimpered that I wish that he had just been stronger. I understood now. As the story became clearer with each detail revealed in the conversations with my mother, I had watched the pieces fall into place, but I still couldn't understand why it all stopped so long ago. Why it had all simply ended. Sitting in my car that night, I saw it clearly for the first time. As an adult, I could see the connections that were lost on a child who tends to see the world in snapshots rather than a sequence. The picture was complete, but I wish I had never seen all of it at all. I left the gas station and drove the rest of the way home and thought, which is all that's left for me to do anymore. I think about Josh. I loved him then, and I love him even still. I miss him more now than I know I'll never see him again, and I find myself wishing that I had hugged him that last time I saw him. I wish he could have stayed at my birthday party longer that day. Even if we didn't say another word to one another, we could have just sat there. That would have been nice. I think about Josh's parents, how much they had lost and how quickly that loss had come. They were good people, kind people. The father had called my mother that terrible day so that she could keep me safe. But no one had called him to help him protect Josh. His parents don't know about my connection to any of this, and I could never look them in the eyes now. We still live in the same town, and I worry every day that I'll run into them somewhere. I find myself hoping that I don't see them, and that I feel sick when I have that thought. I think about Veronica. I had only really come to know her later in my life, but for those brief few weeks, I think I really loved her. I think about my mother. She tried so hard to protect me. She had done everything she could possibly do to keep me safe. She was stronger than I will ever be. I think about what our lives might be like now if I had just let my balloon go with Chris, or even a single second sooner or later than I did. Maybe somebody else would have found it and everyone would be okay. Maybe I'd still have my friend and his parents would still have a son. Josh had been missing for almost 3 years, almost fifth of his life. I'd try to pretend that I don't know what the man might have done with Josh for all that time. Just like I try to pretend that maybe Josh wasn't in the passenger seat the night Veronica was hit. Holy shit. I find myself pretending a lot now. But mostly, I just think about Josh. Sometimes I wish he never sat across from me that day in kindergarten. That I'd never known what it was like to have a real friend. Sometimes I like to dream that he's in a better place now. But that's only a dream, and I know that. The world is a cruel place made crueler still by man. There would be no justice for my friend, no final confrontation, no vengeance. It's been over for almost a decade now, but for everyone but me. I miss you, Josh. I'm sorry that you chose me, but I'll always cherish my memories of you. We were explorers. We were adventurers. We were friends. Oh my God. The end will take care of itself. Holy fucking shit. Oh. What is this? Oh my God, it's a police report. I don't know if you'd be able to see it on my... Yeah, I don't think you could see it on my screen unless I do this. Look how cool that is. I'm not high, you are. Life is like a movie. You write your own ending. Keep believing. Keep pretending. We've done just what we set out to do. Aww. Oh. Yeah, this is quite a tragic story. All right, so it looks like it has copy to sheriff, offense stalking, witness Joshua. Okay. Redacted stated that her 6-year-old son, Redacted, had launched a balloon as a school project. Attached to it was a letter and $1 marked 4 stamps. Letter requested the findee send a letter to him at his school, redacted, along with a picture. He had received 48 photos, but no letter since, redacted. Yesterday, he and his friend Josh had a snow cone stand in his front yard. He received a $1 bill marked for, sorry, it's hard to read, 4 stamps in their cash. He looked at the photo he had and realized he was in many of them. Mother said the focus of something appeared in 33 of them. Today in the mail, Mother found photo of him and Josh taken in the woods by their home. From the clothing they had on, the photo was taken yesterday. All photos were seized to be processed for prints. Appears to be a case of stalking. No suspects known. However, redacted. The last part's redacted. Table of contents. Ah, that's it. I was hoping there would be more like neat things like but still, God. Whew. You damn it, Apple. So, how'd you guys like this super fun stream of sadness and depression? Jesus, it's only at 24%, and it still has to be like it goes through 2 different uploads. Like, I think it pulls it and then uploads it to YouTube, so it probably won't come up until tomorrow. I'm just gonna let it run for the night and check back in tomorrow morning. It'll probably upload while I'm asleep, honestly. Broken up by an emoji war. Yeah. Yeah, you guys got real quiet when the dad found his son. Jesus Christ. That was really well done. I really enjoyed it. I love these kinds of stories that have itty bitty little tidbits that you piece together as you go. Ugh. Sorry, I wasn't listening. Can you start over? Hey, it's recorded. You go and do it the other time. I don't think I could read through that again. Ugh. Oh my God. Well, now you guys can suggest something else that's horribly devastating, I suppose. I do have, oh, gross. Sorry, I was looking down at my my Kindle, and it has you might be interested in, and one of them is a book I read that was it's one of those shocking, like, oh, this is an extremely horrible, it's got like really like terrible things in it, and it's shocking, it's horrible, and I read it and it just pissed me off, but not in the way I think the reader intended, because it had so many like spelling errors, and it was missing like parentheses and commas, and I was like, what is this shit? Do you not have an editor? And I know I mentioned it briefly in one episode, and I was like, I'll talk about this book in like a year, and it's probably been like 6 years and I still haven't talked about it, but I can't, because I'll have to reread the piece of shit again, and I don't want to do that. The book's called Monster, by the way, if you're interested in his series. I have 3 of those books. I only read that Monster one, and after Monster I was like, ugh, this sucks. Because this one, I will give you guys a brief thing about this, because I'll make it like an even. We've got like I'll do 20 minutes of just catching up with you guys and chatting, kind of lighten the mood a little bit after the devastation that we just ran through. So this book, Monster, by Matt Shaw and Michael Bray. Bray, not Bay, though that would make more sense. Resident Evil remake playthrough when? Oh, I can do that whenever. Ooh, Goosebumps book. That's a great idea. What's a really good Goosebumps book? Like, there's the one with the mask. I can't remember what the mask was called. But anyway, Monster is about a decrepit couple who have like a very mentally challenged huge son. So he's basically Leatherface. He's got a mind like a child, but he's massive. And they want grandchildren. So they kidnap women and force him to... He doesn't understand. So you just read about the essay of women for like 200 pages and nothing fucking happens, and that's it. That's the whole thing. And I was like, this is insulting to my intelligence. This isn't insulting or upsetting. I was like, this is just fucking stupid. So yeah, that's what that book is about. And in the end, she manages, spoiler alert, she manages to kill both of the old couple. And then when she tries to escape, the man-child kills her on accident after she's like pregnant and about to pop. It's so stupid and so ridiculous. But yeah, avoid that. Goosebumps! Oh yeah, actually, since we're here, I can see if they have the old school Goosebumps. Wait, wasn't there a huge thing about Goosebumps coming back? Wasn't R.L. Stine supposed to be writing new ones, or he did write new ones? Goosebumps. Alright, let's see what we got here. Night of the Living Dummy. My Best Friend is Invisible. I don't think I remember that one. Werewolf Skin. The Scarecrow Walks at Midnight. The Blob That Ate Everyone. Is that the one where the girl has to keep it at the end, and feed it every couple of hours? I heard something about it coming back, but I'm not sure in what form. Yeah, I could have sworn I heard that they were bringing it back. The only good thing to come out of Canada. Hey! There's a lot of stuff that came out of Canada that's great. If there's one... yeah, that is funny. I thought that right when I said that, too. And I was like, great, a Scarecrow one. Return of the Mummy. These ones might take a little bit longer. I guess I could read, because they're kids' books, so they can't take that much longer than watching a movie to read through. So what maybe I can find, if I could find the series on DVD where I can burn it, or if I can find it somewhere, somewhere I can kind of borrow it, I'll do that. And I can compare the books to the episode. That'd be probably fun, actually. That's a great idea, you guys. About a Magic Typewriter? Oh, shit. Okay, sorry. I got sidetracked because when you were talking about Disney shows, I used to watch this really shitty show called Dog with a Blog. It was one of those shows that I was like, this is awful, but I keep watching it because I was like, I can't believe this is a real thing. I keep waiting for somebody to say psych to me after watching like 4 episodes of it. But that was way back when I had cable. I haven't had cable in like 10 years. Anyway, let's see. Return of the Mummy. One Day at Horrorland. Werewolf of Fever Camp. Fright Night with 3 Eyes. Welcome to Dead House. Actually, I think some of these I recognize, but a lot of these have newer covers on them, so I would recognize them from the old covers, not the new ones. Welcome to Dead House. Ghost Camp. I remember Ghost Camp, but I don't remember what that one's about. 5th Grade Zombies. The Haunted School, I remember. The Horror at Jelly... God damn, he wrote a lot. The Horror at Camp Jelly Jam. Classic... Oh, okay. Well, wait, this one says classic Goosebumps number 9. So there's Goosebumps Classics, and then there's Goosebumps Slappy Worlds. Huh. Let's Get Invisible. Beware the Snowman. I think I remember that one too. Escape from the Carnival of Horrors. Curse of the Camp Cold Lake. Man, there's a lot of camp stories. A Shocker on Shock Street. Well, now he's just fucking with us. Evil person on Evil Road with evil cane and evil eyes. I Am Slappy's Evil Twin. That looks like it's a newer one. Creep from the Deep. Deep Trouble 2. Well, where's Deep Trouble 1? Is that just Creep from the Deep? Please Don't Feed the Vampire. Go Eat Worms, I remember. I had that one. I definitely remember that one. Attack of the Jack. That one's a new one, it looks like. Ghost Next Door. It Came from Beneath the Sink. I'm going to have to do a little more research and find out what the older ones are. Well, it depends on where you move to Canada, because some places in Canada are super hot too. And, you know, all of them now, because it's currently on fucking fire. It Came from Beneath the Sink. Monster Blood. Slappy in Dreamland. That one looks new too. Revenge of the Lawn Gnomes also looks new. Well, this one has classic Goosebumps collections. Yeah, but I'm going to see if I can find... I think maybe I'll just buy the old books. Maybe I can find like a lot of them on eBay or something. Oh god, they're probably expensive as hell. Or who knows? Maybe they re-released them. Because this one looks like there's a classic Goosebumps collection, books 1 through 4. So maybe they have all of them. The Haunted Car. TikTok You're Dead. I remember that one. Night of the Squawker's a new one. My Friend Slappy looks new. Slappy Beware looks new. Or newer. I don't know when these were. Actually, I'm going to see. Because the pictures look kind of like modern, if that makes any sense. Does it say when it was? Read more. Grades 3 through 7. Oh, I could probably read those. Oh, it doesn't say when it was. I swear, Kindles are so weird. You can't buy the book on the Kindle app, but you can't buy the Kindle book on the Amazon app through the app. You have to go to the actual you have to go to the actual website, which I don't who does that? Nobody does. Like how do you not have these two apps talk to each other? It's so weird. Okay. Let's see. It doesn't look like it has... That's weird, because usually they'll have what year they were released. Return of the Carnival of Horrors. Little Comic Shop of Horrors. Night in Screaming Armor. Holy shit, how many did he write? Haunting in the Stars. They Call Me Night Howler. Revenge of the Invisible Boy. British Columbia is, British Columbus. British. Let's see here. Yeah, BC. Well, everything's getting to be expensive everywhere. But yeah, British Columbia's. Looking for a cold spot next to Alaska. I'll have to say, you can try Yukon. The Northwest Territories. Let's see here. Revenge of the Invisible Boy. What else we got here? Cuckoo Clock of Doom. Trick or Trap. The Haunted Mask. That's the one, isn't it? Haunted Mask. Happy Birthday to You. Oh, that's got a new picture on it. It doesn't have the girl with like the mask that's what made me want to rent it when I was a kid at the library. Attack of the Graveyard Ghouls. Escape from Horrorland. That's a Percy Jackson book. Welcome to the Wicked Wax Museum. Stay out of the basement. Say cheese and die. I remember that one too. A boot. I'm right on the border practically. Most people assume I'm American from my non-accent. None of this a boot crap. A boots. The slappies we met along the way. So you don't want to be in Alaska, you just want to be super close to Alaska. I don't blame you. The Deadly Experiments of Dr. Eek. Escape from Camp Run for Your Life. I think that one should be like kind of obvious not to send your kids there or not to go there. It says in the name what you're probably going to be doing. Ghost Beach. I just did that. Night in Werewolf Woods. Don't Go to Sleep. Planet of the Lawn Gnomes. Well, that one just sounds like they all sound stupid, but that one especially is pretty bad. Piano Lessons Can Be Murder. God, tell me about it. I am just not doing well. Jenny is fun as hell when you're. Oh, am I? You know what? You're not the first person to tell me I'm especially entertaining when they're high. I was like, it's fine by me. The 12 Screams of Christmas. Revenge of the Living Dummy. My Hairiest Adventure. Diary of a Dummy. The Headless Ghost. Oh, bummer for you, man. Phantom of the Auditorium. How I Got My It just keeps going. It's insane. It's like he wrote one every single week. How I Got My Shrunken Head. You know what I think? It kind of seems like he had just like a big, like, ceiling to floor corkboard with a bunch of words on it. Like words, like nouns and adjectives in different spots. So he would just like, don't go to cheerleader camp for zombies. All right, I'll write it. It's just shit like that. It's just, that's what it sounds like. Trapped in the Circus of Fear. You Can't Scare Me. The Girl Who Cried Monster. Attack of the Mutant. Beware of the... Oh, all right. Beware of the Purple Peanut Butter. Monster Blood for Breakfast. The Scream of the Haunted Mask. Some of these kind of sound like the person who made the Kindles just make it, like, read them all. God, I'm gonna be doing that into my 70s. I had a bunch of these, nostalgia activated. Oh, he had a bunch of authors? Oh, well, that's a little less. Oh, yeah. Oh, okay. So he had a bunch of, what are they called? Ghostwriters? The Creepy Creation of Professor Shock. Deep Trouble. The Haunted Mask 2, Slappy's New Year. Oh, okay, good for him. He's the dummy meets the mummy, so I guess he's just busy in R.L. Stine's world. There's just too many coming out all the time. They had to have. Must have been nice time, or must have been easy as hell to write for kids' books back in the day. Oh, wow. Well, this is the sign of me being, I was like, oh God, I think I'm officially, I'm officially uncool. There is a book series called Kid YouTuber. The Struggle is Real. I am not making that shit up. I'm looking right at it. From the creator of The Diary of a Sixth Grade Ninja. That one sounds kind of funny, actually. I think Stein was my introduction to horror as a kid. Yeah, Goosebumps and Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark was mine too. I wish I kept my old Goosebumps. It's kind of a bummer that I don't have those anymore. Yeah, the Haunted Mask is the one I remember, because I remember being freaked out at that when she couldn't get it off. How I Met My Monster. The Lizard of Oz. See what he did there? The Night of the Giant Everything. Okay, so I guess I can't talk shit about Kid YouTuber or whatever the hell that was called, because these are kind of stupid. The Headless Ghost. Yeah, I remember Say Cheese and Die. I vaguely remember the Headless Ghost one, but I don't think I ever read that one. A Nightmare on Clown Street. Scream of the Evil Genie. Sorry, repeating. Don't Scream. Welcome to Camp Nightmare. I'm gonna have to say cheese and die screaming. The barking ghost. I remember the barking ghost because I remember being scared of the cover. The cover's stupid, but it's just a mean looking cartoon dog is what it is. Legend of the Lost Legend. I'm telling you, it's just a giant corkboard that he threw shit at. You're not the first person I've heard say the exact same thing. Oh, with the dog one? Yeah, it's the barking ghost. It was a scary, which is weird because the pictures in Scary Stories to Tell in the Dark didn't really scare me. I thought they were really cool looking. Beast from the East. Why I'm afraid of bees? Well, if you're allergic, it's a genuine fear. They took him to my neighborhood. Welcome to Camp Slither. I'm just gonna start making a list of all the camp ones. Deep in the Jungle of Doom. That one looks like it is a... That one looks like... Yeah, that one's translated into Spanish. I think it says Escape from Horrorlandia. I'm not even going to attempt because I don't want to butcher someone else's language. Vampire Breath. Be careful what you wish for. Toy Terror. A Night in Terror Tower. Monster Blood is back. Who's your mummy? Calling all creeps. The Abominable Snowman of Pasadena. How to Kill a Monster. This one's just called Claws. Frankenstein's Dog. Attack of the Beastly Babysitter. Choose from over 20 different scary endings. The Haunted Corkboard. Secret Agent Granny is the best Goosebumps story. I mean the unabridged The Stand. Oh, jeez. First novel I read was The Stand. That's quite a book to read. Oh, that's Word to Your Mummy. That's a good one. Let's see. Yeah, Secret... Oh, I thought you were joking! Secret Agent Grandma's a real ghost. I thought you were just making shit up at this point, Disturbed. That's hysterical. There's Chicken, Bad Hair Day, but hair is spelled like rabbit, rabbit hair. The Citadel of Cursed Castle. It came from Ohio. Chicken, Deadly... Oh, that's somebody else. Here comes the Shaggity. The Ghost of Slappy. Oh, he died. Poor Slappy. He had a good run. I mean, he got to meet his hero, the mummy. When the ghost dog howls. I live in your basement. Attack of the Jack-o'-lanterns. The Curse of the Creeping Coffin. That actually sounds like an old horror movie from like the 1910s, like a silent movie. Dr. Maniac will see you now. You better have your insurance cards, Americans. Diary of a Mad Mummy. Oh, okay. Somebody else, I guess. Oh, I guess after his best friend Slappy died, he went crazy. Poor mummy. Help! We have strange powers. Little Shop of Hamsters. The Horror at Chiller House. Why I Quit Zombie School. Egg Monsters from Mars. The Streets of Panic Park. Son of Slappy. Oh, good. He managed to have a kid before he died. Oh, wow. You beat me to it, Renegade. There's a Bride of Slappy. Of course, there's a Bride of Slappy. Started reading all these Goosebumps 10 years ago. Finally, one down 63. The Five Masks of Dr. Scream. Heads you lose. Please do not feed the weirdo. Kind of want that on a shirt. My friends call me Monster. How I Learned to Fly. Actually, that one kind of looks familiar too. I wonder if I read that one. Zombie Halloween. Night of the Puppet People. Is Slappy going to be in that one too? Judy and the Beast. Get it? It's a play on words. The Birthday Party of No Return. Weirdo Halloween. Dr. Maniac and Robbie Schwartz. His kid? That's his kid, isn't it, Robbie? The Wizard of Ooze. Oh, because I guess Lizard of Oz wasn't... It just didn't feel like a zombie. Slappy nightmares. The rate of multiplying hamsters or guinea pigs when left unchecked can be a real horror story. Oh, yeah. Judy and the Beast. Boo! Yeah, I know. Creature Teacher, The Final Exam. Bad Moonlight is... Oh, wait, that's not... Oh, wait, no, that's Fear Street. Boo, Fear Street. Oh, I guess I'm done with... Oh, I guess... What was the last one? Yeah, Creature Teacher was the last one in that list. I don't know if it's the last book he wrote in there, but... I forgot about Fear Street. Completely forgot about Fear Street. I think at that point I was like done with Slappy Wedge. Dave! This is a kids show. But, oh yeah, that's right. They were supposed to be a little more Fear Street was supposed to be a little more like teenage stuff, so they weren't as ridiculous as the kids. God damn it. I missed my calling. I could have just done terrible kid horror books, but I was also either not born or way too young. But yeah, there's more than enough. I would probably only stick with the original ones instead of like all the new ones, because since the older ones are more likely to be ridiculous and super dated with like 90s and 80s jargons and shit than the newer released ones, which will probably be written a little bit better. Because, you know, we didn't get the good shit. These new kids do. Back in my day, we just had horribly written kids' books and we liked it. But at least we got a bunch of super scary books with stuff that would give kids nightmares. Man, Vera Strange? Oh, I stumbled into a bunch of like elementary school and junior high books, but none of them are funny like the Goosebumps titles. I'm gonna have to keep this in mind. I should have went down the line and just like favored all of them. Oh, this book is called Dance of Death. And this one's second horror, but those are Fear Street. Alright, I suppose I sufficiently brought up your Slappy and the we already did that one. It said Slappy and his kid. Slappy and the broken condom. There you go. It's a guy, I didn't even know puppets could reproduce like that. But R.L. Stein's teaching us kids something new every day. Thought you knew something, but now we know. I think I know less now that after reading that list. So I will pull up, or I'll post like a thing in the community in couple days or so you guys do some research. If there's a book or something that you want to read, or if you want to narrow it down to a Goosebumps, or if you guys want to do Goosebumps, I'll narrow down and throw up a poll, kind of narrow it down like bit by bit, like with what I did with Murder House. Or, you know, I could do another puppet combo book, but next, the problem is she wasn't his wife. Next week I'll probably do a game, because I have a bunch of suggestions written down that are like indie games, and all of them seem to be relatively short, so maybe I'll do like a mega I'll do like a bigger stream that just has me playing a bunch of them, and then the week after that I'll read either Goosebumps, or something something like that. I don't know. I'm tired, and I'm never good at ending these streams. You guys do not make fun of me. Or do. I guess I can't stop you if you do that. All right. So good night, and hopefully by tomorrow, the stupid thing will be uploaded and nothing more can happen. Universe, leave me alone! I worked really hard on it, trying to get it out on time, and you're still fucking with me. Slap me in the backwoods beat down. Okay. Alright, I'm going to bed, kids. The rest of you probably should too, because you're all crazy. You're all acting super crazy. Uh-oh. Hey, Dave. I'm gonna make you go stand in the corner. Good night, everybody.